Sure thing. Did you know that back in the 1950s, sports car racing was basically a showcase of speed and style? Cars were often designed with just enough safety gear to keep things interesting, which means drivers were pretty much risking it all for a shot at glory. It was like a high-speed fashion show where pushing the limits was the main event. Hey there, Toadette the kitty. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Buckle up, because these cars are about to go full throttle. Hey Toadette, I see you're spreading the Eracy love. Maybe I should start a new emote called Eracy just for fun. Keep those good vibes coming and let's see which car the viewers pick to dominate the race today. Well, with both drivers flying under the radar and driving the same classic Mercedes, it's a bit of a toss-up, isn't it? It's like trying to pick between two mystery boxes at this point. I guess it'll come down to who's got the better nerves, or maybe who gets the best start. Honestly, I'm just here for the fun and the drama. Let's see who surprises us. Alright folks, the race is underway at Vallelunga Extended, and look at that Pompton grabbing pole in the 1956 Jaguar D-Type. Classic car, modern race. This should be interesting. Pompton has shot off the line with a solid lead. Emerald Tick 30988 is holding second, trying to keep up. Its Aurora is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Its Aurora just overtook someone to take second place. Mobius is climbing up to 11. Globos Excel and Mergatsu are nose-to-nose for 13th. Wenti Tapsumbongus is climbing up to third place. Emerald Tick 3988 and Weni Tapsumbongus are battling hard for that third spot. Queen Manda is sneaking into 7th place. Global Excel is making a bold move up to 10th place. Its Soror just nudged into the lead, but Pompton is right behind, not giving up that top spot easily. Migutsu is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mobius just nudged into 10th place, making a small gain. Wolf's Light and Neotexum are nose-to-tail fighting for 14th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Globals L and Mobius are nose-to-tail for 10th place. Neotexum just gained a spot to 13th. Mutuba is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 14. Globos Excel is climbing to 10th place. Neotexum is narrowing the gap to Margutsu by 1.3 seconds. Ingrid has moved up to 15th place. When Tapsum Bangsi is climbing nicely to 3rd place. Mutube is making a move to 14. Ashanaritin is inching up to 16. Hongdon is driving a 1956 Jaguar D-Type, starting from the pole position. Looks like they're holding the lead so far, but the race is tight with its Sarara right behind. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 16th place. Drivo 92X is making moves to 19. Evolution 954 is inching into 20. The race is heating up. Hikori Hamzam is gaining on Ixi Tapsum Bumsy X, closing the gap by 1 second. Henfatic has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Henfatic and Wolf's Light are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Wolf's Light is really pushing on Kingrit now, closing the gap by over a second. Ashanurton just overtook someone to climb to 17. King Alchemix is also making moves up to 19. Nagutsuyo's gained 1 position and is now in 11th place. Bazamik Vint 283 is climbing 2 spots and is now in 21st. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up nicely. Kingrid is gaining on Mutu, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. They're locked in a fierce scrap for 14th place. Queen Manda is climbing fast to 5th place. Wolf's Light is making a move to 15. Mikutsu is driving a Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1957. He's currently in 12th place, and his lap time suggests he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wolf's Light is gaining on Mutu, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Henfatic is climbing up 1 spot to 17. Evolution 954 and Nulavi are nose to nose for 22nd place. Amy is currently in 10th place with a 1952 Jaguar C-Type. Fastest lap is 157.279, so she's got some pace but needs to find a way past a few cars ahead. Migutsu is really having a tough time, dropping 12 places to 23rd. Imobius is climbing steadily to 11. Neotexum is right behind, moving up to 12th. Migutsu is storming through the field, now leading the race. Itzaror is right on his tail, making it a fierce duel for the top spot. Itzaror is now in 1st place. Pondon has moved into 2nd. Emeraldic 3988 climbs into 3rd. The race is heating up. Pondon and Itzaror are nose to nose for 1st place. Amy just nudged into 8th and looks eager. Globals Excel is creeping into 9th, not giving up yet. Itzaror is dropping back to 8th place. Emeraldic 3988 is climbing to 1st. Wenti Tapsum Bonksix is moving up to 2nd. Pondon just swooped up to first place after overtaking 6 cars in a flash. Its Saror is having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 15. Emerald Tick 398 and Pondon are now locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Its Saror is really dropping back now, down 7 places to 22. Emerald Tick 398 and Pondon are still locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Mootube is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 12. Emerald Tick 398 is taking the lead now. Wenit Tapsumbang Gigs is hot on their heels, moving up to 2nd. Queen Manda is climbing into 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top, eh? Wow! Emerald Tick 398, you really sped past everyone, didn't you? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Emerald Tick 398 really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was an amazing performance. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Great job! Alright folks, here's a fun fact about the 1960 Scarab Indy. Did you know that this car was actually designed by a businessman named Jim Hall, who was more interested in pushing the boundaries of aerodynamics than just making a fast car? It's like the Swiss Army knife of racing cars, blending innovation and a bit of rebellion. Sadly, it didn't quite dominate like some of its competitors. But hey, it sure looks like it's just here to make a bold statement. Wow, what a classic showdown! Both of these cars have history and charm. But the Agachinian Watson from 1963 has a bit more finesse and probably a tad more power for the circuit Bugatti race. The Scarab Indy from 1960 is a beauty, but it's known more for its reputation than its raw speed. I'd say Maya's Agachinian Watson has the edge here. But don't count out Marja Kublaich. Sometimes these vintage machines surprise us with their agility. Who do you think has the better chance? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Circuit Bugatti. On pole, we've got Gerloff Diamond in a vintage 1963, Agachanian Watson, from the classic IndyCar class. Looks like we're in for a nostalgic showdown today. Gerloff Diamond has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Dicey Shines is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Bethry Lane is in third, that expects some early battles to shake things up. Dicey Shines and Gerloff Diamond are nose to tail for first place. Exception just gained a spot to fourth. La Croissant 1980 and Wangatang 7 272 are locked in a close fight for sixth. La Croissant 1980 just sneaking into the top 6th hour now. Bjorn Art and Zero Time Life still locked in a fierce dance for 8th place. Caffeinated Car climbing up to 12th. Looks like they're not settling for decaf. Wolf's Light and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for 9th place. Maria Kobleich is climbing up to 12th. Silent Fox 213 is also making moves. Now 13th. Silent Fox 213 is now in 11th place. Maria Kobleich is right behind, so this battle for 12th is about to get interesting. Caffeinated Car is racing a 1960 Scarab Indy. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress so far. Grist Golfer is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They are currently in 4th place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Wolf's Light and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 9th place. Bubote just sneaked up one spot to 14th. Caffeinated Car is closing in on Amy and shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Wolf's Light just overtook Zero Time Alive, and now they are nose to nose for 8th place. Zero Time Alive and Wolf's Light are neck and neck for 8th place. Caffeinated Car is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zero Time Alive just gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Wolf's Light and Zero Time Alive are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is climbing up to 10th, inching closer to the top 10. Daisy Shines just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Gerloff Diamond is not giving up without a fight, still close behind. Zero Time Alive is climbing up to 7th, making some moves. Gerloff Diamond and Daisy Chains are nose to tail for the lead. Bethrelina is slicing into Gerloff Diamond's rear bumper, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Silent Fox 113 just gained a spot, and is now in 10th, making moves up the field. Maria Kobleich is on a roll, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. La Croissant 1980 is also making progress, now in 8th place. Bubote is gaining ground, moving up to 14th. Wolf's Light just sneaked into 8th place. Selin Fox 213 and Marja Koblech are nose-to-nose for 10th. Bjorn and I are locked in a close fight for 12th. Marja Koblech is gaining on La Poisson 1980, closing the gap to just a second now. Bjorn and Naya are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Looks like a good old-fashioned duel. Girl of Diamond just took the lead, now in first place. Bethre Lane is closing in, moving up to second. Exception is not far behind, climbing to third. Looks like a tight battle at the top. Chris Gophers climbing up to 5th place. Selin Fox 213 and Anja Koblech are locked in a close fight for 10th. Dylan Fox 213 is climbing up to 10th place. Caffeinated car is closing in on Amy quickly, just 1.6 seconds behind now. Zero Timiliev is climbing up to 6th place. Wolf's Light is now in 7th. Marja Koblech has moved into 10th. Wanga Tang 272 is climbing fast into the top 6. Zealand Fox 213 and Marja Koblech are nose-to-nose for 10th. Amy and Bubote are locked in a close fight for 14th. Zero Timilev is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. They just moved up to 9th place and are currently running just behind Wolf's Light. Looks like a steady climb so far. The tight corners and high-speed straights at Circuit Bugatti are favoring the classic cars with strong acceleration and handling. Exception is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Bjorn Art has climbed to 11, still a bit behind but making progress. Bethrelina is having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 10th place. Daisy Chains is climbing up to 3rd place. Chris Gopher is also moving up 1 spot to 4th. Daisy Shines is climbing fast to take the lead. Chris Gopher is also making a move up to 2nd place. Wanga Tang 272 is not far behind, jumping into 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the top back view. Wow, Daisy Chains just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Well done. Wow! Daisyians just taking the win like it's no big deal. Congratulations! Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just an AI racing. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak next round. Sure. Did you know that the Sebring School track is actually a smaller, more beginner-friendly version of the famous Sebring International Raceway? It's like the training wheels of racing tracks, perfect for honing your skills before taking on the big leagues. Plus, it's been used for a ton of driver training, so those folks in the cars are basically in racing boot camp. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your champion. Get those votes in. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown, isn't it? Joan Wolfe in the classic BMW M3 E30 has that nostalgic charm and a reputation for agility. On the other hand, I'm racing in the legendary rough CTR Yellowbird, which is basically the Porsche's wild cousin from the late 80s. Given the track is Sebring School with its mixture of tight corners and high-speed straights, I'd say the Yellowbird's power and speed might give it the edge. But hey, never underestimate the nimbleness of the old M3. It could surprise us and take the win. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Yellowbird just because of its overall raw power. Let's see if luck is on my side. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Sebring School track, and leading the pack is Christopher in the 1987 Buick GNX. Yes, you heard that right, a classic from the 80s taking pole. Let's see if it can hold on or if those modern cars are going to chase it down. Max Biroli takes an early lead. Christopher is right behind in second, and Architect is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya just sliced through the three cars to grab 7th place. Cherufakitten and Maya are nose to tail for 7. Oxwolfe is climbing 1 spot to 11. Oxwolfe and Dongdazon 3 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. She's closing in on Pondon, both fighting for 5th. Oaksolfi and Dongazon 3 are nose to nose for 10th. Architect is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Pondon has also moved up 1 spot to take 5th. Maya and Ihavixema are still neck and neck for the 6th position. Ihavixema is climbing to 4th place. Cherofa Kitten and Maya are nose to nose for 6th. Nahokaos is inching into the top 10 at 9. Pondon just overtook someone to take 4th place. Maya is also climbing up to 5th. Senor Flipflopone and 2020 is making a move to 11th. Things are heating up. Kitten is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Nahokaos has gained 2 positions and is now 7th. Senor Flipflopona 2020 has moved up 1 spot into 10th. Pondon and Price Golfer are neck and neck for 3rd place. H2 Hova and Ihavixema are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Apex Milkbag is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Pondon just sneaked into 3rd place. Maya and Kreisgolfer are nose to nose for 4th. Senor Flipflop 100 and 2020 is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. H2 Hove is climbing up to 10th. H2 Hove and Ihavixema are neck and neck for 9th. Maya just overtook Pondon and is now in 3rd place. Looks like the battle for 3rd is getting intense. Amy has also gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Christopher advances to 4th place. Cherofa Kitten climbs to 5th. Guy Senor Flipflopon in 2020 makes a 2-position leap to 6th. Senor Flipflopon 100 in 2020 and Cherofa Kitten are nose to nose for 5th place. Nahokaos just nudged into 7th. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 10th. Architect is gaining on Max Spirally, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Senor Flipflopona 2020 and Cherofa Kitten are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy is closing in on Pondon, chopping the gap by 1.6 seconds. Now Pink Wolf is on the charge, climbing to 15. Cherofa Kitten is having a rough time, dropping to 23. Senor Flipflopona 100 in 2020 just nudged into 5th, making a little progress. Senor Flipflopon and 2020 and Price Gopher are nose to nose for 4th place. Apex Milkbag and Pondon are locked in a close fight for 8th. Cristo 33 is chipping away at Apex Milkbag's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Senor Flipflopona 100 in 2020 is climbing to 4th place. Nahokaos is now 5th. Amy is sneaking into 6th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up. Chris Gopher just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Apex Milkbag is closing the gap on Amy pretty quickly. Asht 2 Hovier and I have Eczema on nose to nose for 11th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Apex Milkbag is climbing fast and now in 6th place. The battle for 6th is heating up between Apex Milkbag and Amy.North. Lazy Towner is making a move and is now in 12th place. Wow. Max Spearley just took the victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow. Max Spearley really pulled it off. A big congratulations to them for winning the race. That was quite a run. And hey Maya, you earned that incredible 1987 Roof CT or Yellowbird Dolce. Retro street cars never looked so good. Can't wait to see who claims the car next. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Atlanta Motor Speedway, I'd probably go with the 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8. It's got that mid-engine layout which is perfect for handling the twists and turns of a challenging circuit like Atlanta. Plus, its power-to-weight ratio is pretty impressive, and it's modern enough to keep up with the high-tech competition. Honestly, I think it's got the edge over the older classics and the other challengers here. Alright everyone, you better make up your minds fast because the clock is ticking. Only a few seconds left to pick your favorite AI car. Don't be the one left watching just as the race kicks off without your choice. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Meg's boring life with a classic British beauty, the 1998 Aston Martin Vantage V600. That car's all about style and a touch of elegance. But whether it can handle the race is another story. On the other side, the driver is in a 2003 Mitsubishi Evo 8F Q400, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, especially on a track like Atlanta. Given the specs and the nature of these cars, I'd say the Mitsubishi is more likely to dominate the straightaways with its turbocharged power. The Austin might look stunning and handle corners well, but it probably lacks the raw speed needed to keep up with the Evo's acceleration. So, if I had to put my money on it, I'd say the Mitsubishi Evo 8 is the favorite to win this race. But hey, who knows? Sometimes the underdog surprises us with a sneaky good performance. Alright folks, here we go at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and look who's on pole. It's Gliding Penguin in a 22 Hyundai SSR. Classic choice to start strong. Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Strutting Jarl has shot off to the lead, followed closely by Gliding Penguin in second place. Velocitor 14 is holding on to third, but expects some early moves soon. Marpinkwolf is slicing through the field to reach 14th place. Velocitor 14 is holding strong at the front, now in first. Exception is climbing to third, making a little progress. Exception and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for second place. Yamobius is climbing up to fourth. Keuschke is making a move to sixth. Keuschke and Gliding Penguin are battling hard for fifth. Schron is climbing fast into seventh place. Autumn Thunderbird is right behind, also making moves into eighth. Amy is making a late push into 25th, leaving some cars in her dust. Sputnik NZ is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 15th. Autumn Thunderbird is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 7th. Schron and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail, fighting for 7th place. Amobius and Strutting Jarl are neck and neck for 3rd place. Vinha 17 is closing in on Schron, and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Vinha 17 and Schron are also fighting hard for 8th place. Amobius and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose for 3rd place. Autumn Thunderbird is creeping up on Krikreg, chipping away at the gap. Vanona 1857 and Vinha 17 are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could jump in again. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI car action. Amobius is climbing to 3rd place. Autumn Thunderbird is also moving up to 6th. Autumn Thunderbird and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose fighting for 5th. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing up to 5th place. Vanessa 1857 and Vinha 17 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Thea Empress and Sir Pro 3 are battling it out for 15th. Autumn Thunderbird is inching closer to Strutting Jarl, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Vanona 1857 has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Vanoni 1857 and Schron are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Autumn Thunderbird just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Vanona 1857 is also making moves up to 8th. Schron and Bono in 1857 are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Wow! Velocitor 14, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow. Velocitor 14 really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race, your skills are truly impressive. I guess all those practice laps paid off. Sure thing. Did you know that the Alice track has a section called the Serpent's Loop where the cars twist and turn so much that even the most confident drivers might start questioning their life choices? It's like a roller coaster for cars, but with more speed and less safety harnesses. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choices quick or you'll have to watch whatever the AI throws at us next. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those picks in before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! Ablaze in a 1998 Porsche 911 G2, which is known for its agility and speed, versus Caravinen in a 1990 Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA, which is more of a classic muscle car. Honestly, the Porsche's modern tech and lighter weight give it the edge in most racing scenarios. The Mercury, while a gorgeous vintage cruiser, might struggle to keep up with the Porsche's precision and turbocharged power. So I'd put my money on Ablaze to take the win here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Alice track with GTO class car Juno Gottliebs on pole. He's in a classic 1999 Lotus Esprit GT1, so let's see if that British beauty can keep the lead early on. Junos Gottliebs is already pulling ahead at the front. Ariu Serial is holding strong in second, while Tim Tenatia is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Lanky Frankie is climbing fast into the top four. Lanky Frankie and Team Tenatia are nose to nose for third place. Amy is gaining ground, moving up one spot to 6. Amy and Steve Jumper are locked in a close fight for 5th. Lord Secresby is climbing fast into 7th place. Ashenerton just overtook 3 cars and is now in 11th. The F Empress is also making moves, passing 4 cars to sit in 14th. Blanky Frankie is on a roll, overtaking 21 cars to grab the lead. Yunus got to leads and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for the top spot. Frank Werdy and I are locked in a fierce scrap for 6th place. Steve Jumper is on a tear, climbing 14 spots to 9th place. Yunus got to leads is inching closer to the top, now in 1st. Ario Kirill is also making moves, grabbing 2nd place. Keruvanen is climbing to 9th place. Hondan is now in 10th. Ashenerton is making a move to 11th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Blanky Frankie is inching closer to 2 Ps in the podcast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to 15th place. Moon Tuba and Exclusive Gox are still neck and neck for that spot. Stankit is also making a move, now in 18th. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to 14th place. Mir Gutsu is now in 16th place. Stankit is catching Mootube fast, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Indus Platinum. Better watch out. Someone's closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. That tight battle for 12th place just got more interesting. Stankit is gaining on Mootube, closing the distance by a little over a second. Blanky Frankie is closing the gap on Naturalian Lucky fast enough to make it a race. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to 13th place. And the Empress is right behind in 14. Looks like the battle for position is heating up. Mootube is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Yunus got to leads is not giving up easily, sticking close behind. Blanky Frankie and Naturalian Lucky are locked in a close fight for 21st place. Yunus got to leads is holding onto the lead with Mootube right behind. Blanky Frankie and Naturalian Lucky are locked in a close fight for 21st. Yunus got to leads just snatched the lead from the front. Ariu Serial is now in 2nd place, inching closer. Amy is climbing up to 3rd, but still a bit behind the top 2. Stankit is gaining on Migutsu, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Blanky Frankie is catching Naturalian Lucky fast, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Lord Zakretsby climbs to 6th place. Ablizia is catching up to Frank Reddy and has cut the gap by a second. Blanky Frankie is gaining on Natural Unlucky and has closed the distance by a little over a second. Keruvanen is right behind Ablaze now, just a second apart. Blanky Frankie is gaining on Naturalian Lucky, closing the gap quickly. Abla Ares and Frank Werdy are nose to nose for 7th place. Exclusive Audax and Imjas Platinum are locked in a fierce fight for 12. Naturally Unlucky is creeping closer to 2Ps in the podcast, trimming the gap by just over a second. Exclusive Audax and Imjas Platinum are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Naturally Unlucky is inching closer to 2Ps in the podcast, closing the gap by a little over a second. Blanky Frankie is hot on Naturally Unlucky's tail, closing in by 2 seconds. The F Empress just climbed to 13th place. Someone else is also moving up one spot to 14. Stankit and Murgutsu are nose-to-nose fighting for 16. Stankit is climbing up to 16th place. Gary 17 is catching Murgutsu, closing the gap by over a second. Blanky Frankie is gaining on Naturally Unlucky, closing the gap by a bit more than a second and a half. Maya and Team Tenatia are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Blanky Frankie is chipping away at Naturally Unlucky's lid, now just 2 seconds behind. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Geruven is gaining on Ablaze, but still a good chunk behind. Blanky Frankie is really closing in on Naturally Unlucky, cutting the gap almost 4 seconds. Wow, look at that! Junas Got the Leads just took the top spot. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow, Junas Gottlieb's really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that win, you drove like a true champion. And hey Amy with the most overtakes. You've got yourself a 1988 Oldsmobile Cutlass SCCA GT. That's quite the classic to add to your collection. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up before the countdown runs out. Don't want to miss out on the chance for your favorite car to race. Get those choices in now. Wow, these two cars are quite the classics. The Mazda B0986 from 2009 is a solid choice, known for its balance and reliability. On the other hand, the 1999 BMW VIF 12 LMR sounds like the kind of beast that can surprise everyone with some unexpected speed. It's a tough call, but I'd say the BMW might have a slight edge thanks to that powerful V12 engine. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who's got the better strategy. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Zolder with Chubba Panda in the pole position driving a classic 2011 Lola B1180 HPD in the LMP 900 class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the new contenders. Amy is leading the race right now. Chubby Panda is in second place and trying to catch up. Steve Jumper is currently in third, but don't blink or you'll miss the overtakes. Blanky Frankie is making a charge up to fourth place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Tim Wagini Tuba is also on the move, climbing 5 spots to 5th. Jordan F is gaining ground, moving up 3 positions to 12th. Bjorn Ard on the rise, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mayor Pink Wolf is also climbing fast, now in 21 after passing 4. The Dreamkeeper is having a tough time, dropping 17 places to 23. Jagishad is now in 25th place and seems to be having a tough time. Hermit Media has dropped to 27th and is also facing some issues. Dylan Fox 213 is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to take 13. Rondom 69 is on a roll, climbing to 25. Grand Alive and Takedo Kibri are right behind, both making moves to 26 and 27 respectively. Looks like a tight chase for the back of the pack. Jordan F is really having a rough time dropping to 26. Yum Chubby Panda is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by over a second. Mistek and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a battle worth watching. Takedo Kibri is climbing to 26th place. Hermit Media is now 28. Jmagishat has advanced to 29. Tinyahima is closing in on Yarlathot Pep 98, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hermit Media has moved up 1 spot to take 27th. Jnagishat has also gained 1 position, now in 28th. Maya and Mystek are nose to tail in 7th place. Tinyahima is chipping away at Nyarlathot Pep 98's lead, closing the gap by a second and a third. Maya is currently in 9th place with a Peugeot 908 from 2011. Her fastest lap is a 1:34.893. She's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Matthew Soros Rex is racing a 2015 Renault Sport RS 01 GT3. They're currently in the 18th place, and their lap time is a bit slower than most, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Lanky Frankie is inching closer to Steve Jumper, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. They are battling hard for 3rd place. Lazy Towner is catching up to Silent Fox 213, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Timborghini Tube just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Truchamp is also climbing up, now in 5th. Bacon is gaining on Cloudy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is climbing to 3rd place. Uxlolfi is catching up to Bacorn and has closed the gap by a full second. Takedo Kibre is gaining on Yarlathot Pep 98, closing the distance by 1/4 seconds. Steve Jumper is climbing up to 3rd place. Takedo Kibre is gaining ground and is now in 24th. Nyalato Tep 98 and Takedo Kibre are nose to nose for 24th. Timborghini Tuba is gaining on Steve Jumper, closing the gap by a second. 1. Cloudy just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Maya and Cloudy are nose to tail for 8th position. Daydream Keeper is gaining fast on Deja Magacat now, just a few seconds behind. Grand Alive is inching closer to Rondon 69, but still a bit of a stretch. Wow, Amy just took the win. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Well done. Wow, Amy really showed everyone up, didn't they? Congrats to Amy for winning the race. That was some serious driving. Looks like all those hours spent tuning paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep this streak going. Sure thing. Did you know that Group 2 racing cars were originally designed mainly for touring car racing during the 1960s and 70s? They might have looked pretty classic, but some of those machines had quite the attitude on the track. It's like watching vintage cars throw down with modern speed. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make your picks now before the cars go into the starting grid without you. Don't miss out on the fun, or you'll be stuck cheering from the sidelines. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Nahokaos in a 1964, Austin Mini Cooper S is probably going to get some serious agility points, thanks to that tiny, nimble design. But the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider from 1960, with its classic charm and potentially more power, might give an unexpected edge on Cadwell Park GP's twists and turns. Honestly, I think the Mini might be quick through the tight corners, but the Alfa might have a slight advantage in overall speed. I'd put my money on the Alfa Romeo to take the win. But don't count out Macaos pulling off a surprise. This is going to be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Cadwell Park GP. Amy is leading the pack on pole in a classic 1967 Hillman MPP. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Figure 8 Sport in second place, and Pumpkin Offbury in third. Looks like the frontrunners are already setting the pace. Pumpkin Offbury is climbing nicely into second place. Plebis 3 is sneaking into 8th. Natrixco is making a move into 9th, gaining 2 spots. Nahokaos is driving a classic Austin Mini Coopers from 1964. Looks like they're holding on to 5th place, but no real pressure from behind. The race seems pretty steady for them so far. Matrixco is climbing up to 8th place. Lazy Towner is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Plebis 3 is driving a 1964 Abarth 850 TC Corsa ... Illy. Looks like they're holding steady in 10th place. Not making any big moves yet. Dr. Keeps App Away is now in 3rd place. Maya has moved into 4th. Naho Chaos climbs to 5th. The race is heating up. Figure Sport is dropping back to 12th place. Akvaiti has moved up to 6th place. Matrixco has also moved up to 7th place. Akvaiti and Matrixco are now battling it out for 6th place. Lazy Towner is driving a 1962 Morgan Plus 4 Super Sport. Looks like they are holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Matrixco is driving a 1961 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint Tonta D. They're currently in the 8th place, trying to catch up but not quite there yet. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is closing in on Dr. Keeps App Away fast, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Naho Chaos and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th place. Figure Sport is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Naho Chaos is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Maya and Naho Chaos are still nose to tail for that position. Matrixco is creeping up to 6th, making moves. Matrixco is now just a few seconds behind Maya Datat. Looks like the chase is heating up. Pumpkin of Glory is gaining on Amy, but still a bit of ground to make up. Akvati advances to 6th place. Lazy Towner is closing the gap on Jack Cinderbox, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Figure Sport climbs to 10th place. Plebis 3 is driving a 1964 Abarth 850TC Corsa.Al. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Akvaiti is driving a Morgan Plus 4 Super Sports from 1962. They're currently in 8th place but seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than others. Figure Sport is gaining on Lazy Towner now, just a second behind. Beard is hot on Plebis 3's tail, closing in steadily. Lazy Towner's Morgan Plus 4 Super Sports is holding steady in the top 10, but their lap times are a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're trying to keep it consistent rather than pushing for overtakes. Pumpkin of Glory is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 140 seconds. Figure Sport is catching up to Lazy Towner, shrinking the distance by 2.8 seconds. Figure Sport is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in 8th place and trying to catch up after a slow start. Looks like they're pushing hard to make some moves. Wow, Amy winning again? Are you sure you're not secretly a racing robot? Great job! Wow. Amy took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to you. You really drove that car like you stole it. And with the fastest lap, you're now the proud owner of a classic 1967 Hillman Imp. What a legendary ride to add to your collection. Enjoy the vintage vibe. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Ottawa North Full Circuit, I'd probably go with the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. It's got that perfect mix of speed and agility, and let's be honest, it's probably just having more fun out there. The other cars are serious contenders, but the Ferrari's got a little extra flair that might just give it the edge on a track that demands quick turns and some straight-line speed. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The clock's ticking down faster than a turbocharged sprint. Make your choice before this race becomes a mystery. Hey Mavericks! Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Sit back and enjoy the race. Oh wow! This is quite the matchup. The Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 is known for its sharp handling and balance, making it a fierce competitor on a tight circuit like Ottawa North Full. On the other hand, the BMW M3 GT4, being a little older, might have a bit more raw power, but could struggle with agility compared to the Porsche. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say a Grid's 34 has the edge because of the Porsche's quicker responsiveness and cornering finesse. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and surprises are part of the fun. Let's see who takes the lead. Alright folks, Amy in the 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4 is starting at the front, right on pole. Let's see if she can hold that position or if the other cars will give her a run for her money. Yeah. Nonstop has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second place. Telos Australia is holding strong in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Indigo Peta is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. Telos Australia is making a steady push up to second. Singoshi is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 6th. Blackbeard and Francority are nose to nose for 10th place. Mighty Chunk is climbing up 1 spot to 13. Sheikomaru and Mighty Chunk are locked in a close fight for 13. Mavericks and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. X-Basic Switch has gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Aerotech and X-Basic Switch X are battling for 15th, with X-Basic Switch S just ahead. Maya is closing in on the leaders now. Amy and Tales of Strilly are still neck and neck for second place. Aerotech and A's Basics which X are battling hard for 15th. That's Marius gained 2 spots and is now 17th. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Aerotech just overtook a car to climb into the 15th place. X Basics Bits and Aerotech are nose to tail, fighting for that 15th spot. Platinum Miura is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 14. IPR Dope is also making moves, gaining 3 positions to 18. Navrix is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Tales of Strilly is closing in on Mstek, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Captain Trippy and Agrits 34 are also battling it out for 8th place. No room for a breather there. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Captain Trippy and Agrits 34 are nose to nose for 8th place. Platinum Miura is climbing 1 spot and is now in 13th. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 8th place. Agrits 34 and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 8th. Blackbeard is sneaking into 10th. 1 spot ahead. Agrits 34 is now in 7th place after climbing 1 spot. Agrits 34 and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Frank Reddy is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 9th. Singoshi and Navrix are nose to tail for 4th place. Agrits 34 just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Captain Trippy also gained 1 spot and is 9th. Captain Trippy and Sputnik NZ are fighting hard for 8th. Lil Sprout is storming ahead, now in 1st place after overtaking 22 cars. Lyricel is closing in fast, having overtaken 20 cars and sitting in 2nd. Nastek and Lyricel are nose to tail, fighting for the 2nd spot. Singoshi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Nastek is making a move, grabbing the lead. Amy is also advancing 2 spots, now in 2nd. Things are heating up. Tales of Strilly is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Blackbeard has moved up 1 spot into 9th place. Sputnik NZ and Blackbeard are locked in a close fight for 9th. Navrix is climbing up to 4th place. Singoshi and Navrix are nose to nose for 4th. Blackbeard is sneaking into 8th. Navrix and Tales of Strilly are nose to nose for 3rd place. Blackbeard and Agrits 34 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Shikamaru is gaining on AP Dope, closing the gap by just over a second. Singoshi advances to 4th place. Captain Trippy moves up to 8th place. Blackbeard and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Singoshi is dropping back to 15th place. Navrix is climbing to 4th. Maya is also moving up to 5th. They are now in a close fight for 4th place. Congratulations to Mystek on winning the race. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well-deserved victory. Wow! Mystek took the win. Congrats! Looks like all that hard work paid off. Now they can proudly brag about being the fastest AI on the track. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1975 Ferrari 312. It's a classic that's known for its agility and performance back in the day. Sure, some of the other cars have their quirks, but the Ferrari's balance and racing pedigree might just give it a slight edge around the Lago Maggiore East reverse circuit. Plus, it's hard to beat a car that's iconic for a reason. Alright everyone, better make your decision quick or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. The clock's ticking and I don't want anyone complaining when the race starts and your car is a total beast or a total disaster. Hurry up. Alright. This is a fascinating matchup. Both cars are from the same era, but with quite different reputations. The March 751 is known for its agility and balanced handling, making it a strong contender on twisty tracks. Meanwhile, the Brabham BT44B has a reputation for being powerful and a little more aggressive. Considering the Autodromo Lago Maggiore East reverse layout, which has some sharp corners and tricky sections, I'd lean towards Jackson Dabuck's with the March 751. Its nimbleness might give him a slight edge over Amy's Brabham, which might need larger straights to truly shine. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, so I'll be watching closely. Alright, everyone. The race has just kicked off at the Autodromo Lago Maggiore East Reverse. Jaimez is starting on pole, racing in a classic 1975 Surtees TS16. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Jaimez has taken the lead right out of the gate. I am in second place, holding steady. Amin-san is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Tupis and a podcast is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach 25th place. Amin-san just gained 1 spot, now in second. Amin-san and Jaimez are nose to nose for the lead. Amin-san just snuck into the lead, claiming the top spot. Wrestling 567 and Singoshi are nose to nose for 5th. Bleach Mepsi is climbing, now in 9th. Maladox FCE and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 9th place. Mahokaos and Trihatriad are fighting hard for 12th. Shattered Pixel and Mahokaos are locked in for 13th. Maladox FDF is climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Trihatriad is making a 2-position jump to 10th. Mahokaos is moving up 1 spot to 12th. Aetherplasm is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 13. Strutting Jarl is gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to land in 15th. Amy is also making moves, passing 3 cars to reach 16th. Jetabox is making a move, climbing up to 25. Agrids 34 and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail for 21. Looks like things are heating up in the mid-pack. Strutting Jarl just moved up 1 spot to 14. Shikamaru is closing in on Queen Manda, cutting the gap by over a second. They're locked in a tight fight for 17. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Aetherplasm, closing the gap by 240 seconds. Velocitor 14 is climbing up to 21st place. Kapakisi and Egrets 34 are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Shikomaru is climbing up to 17th place. Queen Manda and Shikomaru are nose to nose for that spot. Shattered Pixel is also making a move, now in 25th. Catgirl TN advances to 26th place. Navrix climbs to 27th. AR77 moves up to 28th. The pack is shifting nicely. Singoshi and Maya are nose to nose for 4th place. Mahokaos just gained a spot to 11th. Aetherplasm is chipping away at Squatbender's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Singoshi just overtook someone to take 4th place. The fight for 3rd between Singoshi and Rowdy Zerolf is heating up. Velocitor 14 is climbing up to 19th place. Jaimez just overtook for the lead. Amin-san is right behind, not giving up yet. Velocitor 14 and Queen Manda are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Amin-san just sneaked into the lead, taking the top spot. Velocitor 14 is climbing up to the 18th position. Looks like some shifting happening out there. Liam is inching closer to Uncleela Gaming, closing the distance by 130 seconds. Two Ps and a podcast are catching up to Papa Casey, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Catco TM is driving a Ferrari 312 and is currently in the 27th position. Their lap time is pretty quick at 1:23.73, but they're stuck behind a few cars. Looks like they're making some progress but still fighting to move up. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Looks like they decided to make it look easy. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Amin-san took the victory. Congrats on that win, you really showed those cars who's boss. And Amy, fantastic job winning the bet race. You can now claim that vintage 1975 Brabham BT44B. I hope you're ready to take that classic for a spin. Just watch out for those sharp turns. Sure thing. Did you know that the Charade 8 km track is famous for its challenging layout and endless twists and turns? It's basically a roller coaster for cars and a true test of driving skill, or in this case, AI driving ability. It's like the track itself is daring the cars to keep their cool while they race at high speeds through all those curves. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down here. Make your picks quick or you might miss out on the most epic race of the century. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The 1992 Nissan 240SX is known for its agility and balance, but it's a bit of a classic, so it might lack some of the modern tech that could give it an edge. The 1997 Mitsubishi GT O Twin Turbo, on the other hand, is a powerhouse with serious speed potential, especially on the long track like Charade. Given the power disparity and the turbocharged advantage, I'd say the GTO has the upper hand here. But who knows? The 240X could surprise us if the driver pulls some clever moves. Still, I'd lean toward the GTO claiming the top spot. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Charade 8 km track. Chris Gopher is on pole, driving a classic 1989 Alfa Romeo set. So get ready for some vintage charm up front. Let's see if that old school beauty can hold off the newer competition. Chris Gopher has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Captain Canadian is right behind in second, and Lil Sprout is currently in third. Looks like a close fight already. Captain Canadian and Chris Gopher are still nose to nose at the front. Navrix just overtook someone to claim third place. Maya is now in fourth, closing the gap. The race is heating up at the front. Captain Canadian takes the lead and is now in first place. Navrix and Chris Gopher are still neck and neck for second. Baskitten V climbs up to 8th place. LXHLX New just overtook someone to take 8th place. Amy and Vanoni 1857 are still neck and neck for 10th. Billy is climbing up to 13th. LXCXAX Nati is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Amy has moved up one spot to 10th place. Grampy Jerf is also up one spot, now in 11th. Navrix just overtook someone to take second place. Flanky Frankie is climbing up to 5th. Lil Sprout and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for 5th. Navrix just claimed the top spot. Captain Canadian and Navrix are nose to nose for first place. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the front. Flanky Frankie is inching closer to Maya, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Trash Crashton and Flanky Frankie are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Grampy Jerf is climbing up to 9th place, making moves through the field. Trash Crashton is now in 5th place. LAXEL, Exadawadian, and Lil Sprout are battling for 7th. Grampy Jerf is gaining on LXELX, closing the gap by 2 seconds. LXAXX Nutty climbs to 7th place. Baskitten Fee is catching Grampy Jerf, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. The fight for 9th place is heating up between Baskitten Dive and Grampy Jerf. Amy advances one spot to take 9th place. She and Grampy Jerf are nose to nose for 8th. Billy climbs one spot to 11th. Trash Crashton is now in 4th place. LXXE28 is gaining on Flanky Frankie, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Amy has moved up to 9th place. Christopher is driving a vintage Alfa Romeo SZ, known for its distinctive design and sharp handling. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Wow, Christopher really took the lead and claimed victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done on the win. Wow, Mavericks did it! Big congratulations on winning the race, you really showed those AI bots who's boss. Now, as for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you've got your eye on that classic 1997 Mitsubishi Jito Twin Turbo. Nice choice! Hope you're ready to channel some retro street car vibes. Who's next up to claim their prize? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move before the countdown ends. Don't be that person who misses out on all the fun. Get your choices in and let's see which AI machine is going to scorch the track. Wow, what a throwback race this is going to be. Both cars are classics, but the Brabham BT3 might have a bit more edge with its racing pedigree from that era. The Honda R272 is a legend too, especially with its innovative V12 engine. But, given the track and the cars involved, I'd lean towards Famaka in the Brabham. It just seems better suited for that kind of vintage racing. Of course, who knows? Maybe Linleylock's Honda will surprise us all and zoom past like it's got a jet engine hidden in there. It's all about the thrill of the race after all. Alright folks, Lisa Shivy is starting on pole in her vintage 1965 Lotus 33, ready to race at Oschersleben. Let's see if those classic wheels can hold the lead, or if the modern AI cars will catch up. Lisa Shivy has taken the lead right out of the gate. Spikeables is holding strong in 2nd place, and Rusnapalm 6 is in 3rd, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight start so far. Kishk is climbing up to third place. Rusnapalm 6 and Krikshke are nose to tail for third. Shelzy and Rusnapalm 6 are locked in a close fight for fourth. Krishk and Shelzy are neck and neck for third place. Linlilak is closing in on the top 5, climbing 2 spots to 6th. Krishk just sneaked into second place. Spikles and Krishki are nose to nose for that second spot. Navrix is climbing up to 9. Navrix and Hickory Hamsam are fighting hard for 8. Krishk is really having a rough time dropping to 17. Spikeup is climbing up to second place. Shazy is also making moves now in third. Dicey Shans just overtook someone to take the 11th place. I see. Maya is right behind, so this could get interesting. Latinumera is closing in on the 12th spot now, inching closer to the action. The Gold Nerd is driving a 1965 Honda R, a 272, starting in 16th place. Looks like they're making some moves, currently in 15th. Not bad for a late starter. Maya is currently in 9th place, driving a Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962. Looks like she's holding her own, but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Amy is driving a Lotus 25 from 1962. She's currently in the middle of the pack, in 13th place, and seems to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Daisy Shans is climbing to 10th place. Amy is making a move, now in 14th. Kishk is closing the gap on Mutwolf, cutting it down by 2:30 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Latinumera is now 12th. Mudwolf is inching closer to the top 15. Lisa Shibi's car is a 1965 Lotus 33, leading the race comfortably. It looks like she's maintaining a steady pace and has a good gap ahead. Maya just overtook a car to move into 10th place. Daisy Shines and Maya are nose to tail for that 10th spot. Amy is climbing up to 13th place, inching closer to the pack. Shalesy is really closing the gap on Spikles now. Just a second and a bit behind. Dicey Shines is climbing up to 10th place, inching closer to Maya in that tight fight for 10th. Shalesy just snuck into second place. Linlilak is chipping away at Navrix, closing the gap by a second. 1. Gakerish is hot on Big Old Nerd's tail, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Spikles just overtook for second place. Rusna Pomsix is closing in on Shalesy, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Linlilak moved up to 7th, and is now battling Hickory Hamsam for 6th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Navrix is right behind Linlilak now, closing in fast. Famaka just gained a spot and is now in 14th place. Kishk is catching up to Big Old Nerd, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. S7 Games is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965 with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Their race looks tough, as they are currently in the 10th place, just behind Maya and a bit off their best lap time. Mootwolf and Famaka are nose to tail for 14th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th. No major overtakes yet, but the tension is building. SS7 Games is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965. They're currently in 10th place just behind the leader. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the front runners, so they might be holding back a little. Chelsea just sneaked into 2nd place. Rusnapomsix is closing the gap on Spikles, now just 1.6 seconds behind. S7 Games and Mavericks are nose to nose for 8th. Kirkrish is driving a 1961 Cooper T55, which is a classic model known for its balanced handling. They're currently in 3rd place, just behind the top 2, and their fastest lap is close to the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own pretty well. S7 Games is driving a Lotus 33 from 1960, starting from 12th place. They just set their fastest lap at 2:05, so they're pushing hard but still stuck in the middle of the pack. Bashogrand and Rusnapomsix are neck and neck for 4th place. Kakrish is closing in on Big Goldnerd, shrinking the gap by 3.6 seconds. Famaka is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3, which is quite a bit slower than the front runners. Their race seems to be struggling with pace, currently in the 7th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Lisa Shibi, you really sped past everyone, didn't you? Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Lisa Shibi really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. Looks like they have some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just AI cars racing. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure thing. The Kazan ring has a pretty crazy layout with a mix of sharp turns and long straights that really keep the AI on their toes. Fun fact is, It was designed in a way that it almost feels like a roller coaster for cars, making every lap unpredictable and exciting to watch. It's like the track is playing a game of guess where they'll slide next. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost finished. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice before the race starts. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh, what a classic showdown we've got here. The Parnelli VPJ4 from 1975 versus the Shadow DN5 from the same year. Both are iconic, but I have to say the Parnelli has a bit more flair with its racing pedigree. I think the Parnelli might have the edge in this race, especially because it's known for its handling and speed back in the day. But hey, don't count out the Shadow just yet. It might surprise us with some surprise moves. Either way, this should be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at the Kazan Ring, and leading the pack is Cloudy in a 1975 Fittipaldi FD0. 3. Looks like he's got the initial edge, so let's see if he can hold on to it or if the others catch up. Cloudy has shot off the line to take the lead. Marjaco Bleich is holding strong in second, and Baskitten TV is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early. Morning Starzl is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yam Chubby Panda is also on the rise, moving into 16th after a similar surge. Gravy Graves is not far behind, grabbing 18th after a quick overtaking spree. Chubby Panda and Svet are nose-to-nose for the 15th spot. Joan Wolf just gained 1 position, now sitting in 21st. Dri 192 Kex and Whip Free Out 25 are neck and neck for 4th place. Cyrorelia and the Betty White Show are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cyrorelia and the Betty White Show are nose to tail for 11th place. Yum Chubby Panda and Vargalis Vet are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Whip 3 Out 25 and Baskin TV are nose to tail for 3rd place. Cyrorelia is climbing up to 11. Caravan is making a move to 22nd. Whip 3 Out 25 is climbing to 3rd place. Dribo 192X is also moving up to 4th. Lotusos and Basket and Tea are locked in a close fight for 5th. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 6th place. Gamer Boss 72 is now in 8th. Ciro Aurelia has moved into 10th. The race is heating up. Lazy Towner and Basket and TV are nose to tail for 5th place. Fishing just gained a spot to sit 8th. Ciro Aurelia and Gamer Boss 72 are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Lazy Towner and Basket and TV are nose to tail for 5th place. Cherogame Saf and Morning Star Soul are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Dion Wolf is climbing up 1 spot to 19th. Keruvanen is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 19th. Amy is catching up, moving 3 spots to 21. Lazy Towner is inching forward 1 spot to 5th. Vagala Svet just climbed 1 spot to 14. Vagala Svet and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 13. Mavericks and Tupis and a podcast are locked in a close fight for 15. Vagala Svet climbs to 13th place. Mavericks advances to 15. Keruvanen is closing in on DG Lone Wolf, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is closing in on just around 133,796 fast, just 10.6 seconds behind now. Fishings and Lotusos are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Lotusos and Basket and TV are nose to nose for 6th place. Mavericks is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Gilnon Wolf just overtook Yam Chubby Panda for 17th place. They are now nose to tail in that tight battle. Fishinks just sneaked into 7th place. Lotusos and Fishinks are nose to nose for that spot. Ciro Aurelia and Gamabos 72 are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Whip3 Out 25 is gaining fast on Marja Koblach, closing the gap by a second. Yesterone 133,796 and Gravy Graves are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd place. Wow! Cloudy took the win again. Looks like they're on a roll. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Caldi really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them on that incredible win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. A fun fact about the Retro GT 500 racing car class is that these cars are inspired by classic muscle cars from the late 1960s and early 1970s. They bring a nostalgic roar to the track, but are actually equipped with modern technology to make them faster and more reliable than their vintage counterpart. So, while they look like a blast from the past, They're basically the time-traveling heroes of the racing world. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your fancy AI racer yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't miss out on the action. Get your choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. We've got a 1995 Honda NSX GT2L-M, which is a pretty solid choice for finesse and balance, versus a 1994 Bugatti EV110 LM, which is all about raw speed and luxury. Honestly, the Honda might surprise us with its handling and agility on Misano's twists and turns, but the Bugatti's raw power could easily give it the edge in straight lines. If I had to pick, I'd say the Bugatti might have the upper hand just because of its top-end speed. But don't count the Honda out. Sometimes finesse beats raw horsepower in a close race. Who do you guys think has the edge here? Alright, everyone. Starting at the front is Waffling Daughters in a classic 1995 Nissan Skyline GT-R R33LM, leading the pack at Misano. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the top spot. Yungjin Stortwu, 102, is leading the pack, followed closely by Waffling Daughters in second place. Cody is sitting in third, trying to catch up. Cloudy is climbing up to second place. Lotusos is also moving up to sixth. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Mavericks are neck and neck for 12. Basket and V is climbing one spot to 13th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Basket and TV are neck and neck for 13th place. Uncanny Buddy is also advancing one spot to 15th place. Amy advances one spot to 7th place. Uncleedy Gaming is closing the gap to Maya by 1.3 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls moves up one spot to 13th. Frankenbouts is climbing one spot to get closer to the top of the pack. Shazi and Frankenballs are nose-to-nose for the same position. Oh. Big Boy Bets is also inching forward, now in the 22nd spot. Shalesy climbs to 18th place. Big Boy Bets advances to 21 to part. Henfatig and Oscar Wolf are nose-to-nose for 22. Two Peas and a Podcast is driving a 1996 Mitsubishi G. They started in the 4th position and are currently in 5th. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lotusos just overtook someone to take 5th place. Jebogi is climbing up to 10th. Navrix and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 11th. Maya is gaining ground on Hymise, closing the gap by just over a second. Basket and Fee is inching closer to Beyond Fu Dark Souls, narrowing it down by nearly 2 seconds. Frankenbalz is climbing up the leaderboard, moving into the 20th position. Jebu Ugi is really stalking, unclearly gaming now, closing the gap by a second. Downtoquest just climbed 1 spot to 23. Henfatig and Downtoquest are nose to nose for 23. Navrix just overtook someone and is now in 11th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 12. Henfatig and Downtoquest are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Hymise is driving a Ferrari F40 competition from 1989. They are currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so their race looks like a struggle to keep pace. Zolicha Dolninity 1 is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GTR Evo in the DTM class. They are currently in 27th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, as indicated by the placeholder time. Looks like a tough race for them so far. J-Boogie just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Unclearly Gaming and J-Boogie are nose to nose. Looks like a tight squeeze for 9th. Waffling Godders is driving a Nissan Skyline GT R 33LM from 1995. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady with a fastest lap of 144.642. Looks like they're keeping the pace, but the race is tightening behind them. Wow! Looks like Yundan Sister 202 just proved they're the fastest around Misano. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Youngin Store 202. You absolutely dominated that race. Great job. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you earned the fastest lap, so you get to take home the legendary 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Nice work. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR might have a good shot. It's known for its rallying prowess and sporty handling, which could come in handy on a twisty circuit like Dijon-Prenois Short. Plus, its balance of power and agility makes it a sneaky contender for the win. Though, in a race like this, I wouldn't count out that 1968 Porsche 912 just yet, since it's light and nimble. Perfect for sneaky cornering. everyone, the clock's ticking and the car selection window is closing fast. If you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time to make it happen before we're left with the leftovers. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey Amin-san. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you jumping back in. We're just about to watch some crazy AI cars racing against each other. Buckle up and enjoy the show. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one hand, we have Dr. Keeps Appleway with a tiny, nimble Honda's 800. It's small, lightweight, and probably zips around the track like a little pocket rocket. On the other hand, Amin-san's got the mighty Mercury Cougar Eliminator, which is much bigger, heavier, and likely has that classic muscle car roar. While the Mercury might have more raw power, the Honda's agility on a short track like Dijon-Prenois could give it an edge in tricky corners. I'm thinking that the lightweight Honda might just pull ahead in this race, showing off some impressive maneuvering skills. But hey, don't count out the big muscle car. If it hits the right throttle and uses its power wisely, it could surprise us all. So, I'm leaning toward the tiny Honda coming out on top. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Mercury makes a surprise comeback. Let's watch and see which vintage beast takes the crown. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Dijon-Prenois short track and Bilio is starting on pole, driving a classic 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo.L. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the competition. Billy has jumped to the front, leading the race. Ian Mobius is holding strong in second place. And right behind in third is Maya, already making moves. Queen Manda is climbing up to third place. Yungan Stored Wuhan 2 is also advancing. Now, in seventh, Yungan Stored 202 and Amin-san are nose-to-nose for sixth. Amin-san just sneaked into fifth place. Tukins Flora is climbing to 11th. Tukins Flora and Cap Holster are neck and neck for 10th. Maya maintains her lead, but Amin-san is closing in fast. Jungansis Tort 202 and Dr. Keeps Appleway are still neck and neck for sixth place. Rusnapam6 and Junganstor 202 are battling for seventh. No room for mistakes there. Jordan F is on a roll, climbing up to third place after overtaking 14 cars. Yungan Stordu 2 and Maya are locked in a close fight for sixth. Tukins Flora and Dr. Keeps Appleway are also neck and neck for 9. Queen Manda is climbing up to third place. Amin-san is now in fourth. Maya is making her way to fifth. The race is heating up. Rusnapalm 6 is really closing in on Naya, now just over a second behind. They're locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up the field, overtaking one car to sit in 11th. Rusnapalm 6 is climbing to 5th place. Cap Holster is now 9th. Cap Holster and Tukins Flora are nose to nose for 8th. Tukins Flora and Jungenstoster 202 are neck and neck for 7th place. Amy just gained 1 spot to 9. Iconic Odd is chopping down the gap to Dr. Keepsap away by 1.2 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Amin-san is climbing up to 2nd place. Looks like they're on a roll. Rusnapalm 6 is closing in on Queen Manda, cutting the gap by 2 seconds, so expect some action there. Tukins Flora is making a move up to 6th, gaining ground. Cap Holster is closing the gap on Amy by 140 seconds. They are battling it out for 9th place. Tack Nasty is climbing up 1 spot to take 13. Girl of Diamond just sneaked into the 10th place. Iconic Odd and Dr. Keepsap away are nose to nose for 14th. Jordan F is closing the gap on K-Zoomer Girl, now just 1 second behind. Youngjansa stored 202. Better watch out. Amy is closing in fast. Iconic Odd just made a move up to 14. Jordan F is gaining ground on K-Zoomer Girl, closing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Maya is currently in 8th place with a vintage Triumph TR6. Her lap time is significantly slower than the lead is, so she's probably stuck in traffic or having some trouble. Amin-san is comfortably leading, but Dr. Keepsap is way behind and struggling to catch up. Looks like Amin-san has this one in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Amin-san just snuck into 1st place. Tack Nasty and Pumpkin of Glory are nose to nose for 12th. Jordan F is creeping up on Dr. Keepsap away, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tukins Flora is gaining on Rusnapalm 6, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Cap Holster is catching Girl of Diamond, narrowing it down by 1.1 seconds. Tack Nasty has moved up 1 spot into 12th place. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Looks like they're really good at turning laps into victory laps. Well done. Wow, Amin-san really pulled off the victory. Congratulations on the win. That 1969 Mercury Cougar Eliminator is going to be a fantastic prize for your impressive performance. And a big shout out to everyone else who raced today. Keep your eyes on the prize because one of you might be claiming that vintage street beauty next time. Stay tuned and keep racing. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in and let's see which machine takes the lead. Sure thing! The 2016 McLaren MP 431 was actually the first car that McLaren used the Honda power unit for in several years. It was like a reunion of sorts, but unfortunately the relationship was a bit rocky, and it didn't quite produce the results they were hoping for. Though, you could say it was a brave attempt at a comeback that kept everyone on the edge of their seats, just not always in a good way. Well, this is a classic battle of the Red Bull versus Renault, with both cars from the same year but quite different in character. Scorchlog's Red Bull RB12 has a reputation for being aggressive and fast in the right hands, especially on tricky tracks like Termas de Rio Hondo. Amy's Renault RS16 is not a slouch, but it tends to be more balanced and sometimes struggles to match the raw speed of the Red Bull around corners. I'm tempted to say Scorched Log's Red Bull might have the edge here, but you know how AI can surprise us by pulling tricks out of nowhere. It's going to be close, but I'll put my money on the Red Bull for a slight edge in this race. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Termas de Rio Hondo and Bean Streams is leading the pack from pole position driving a 2016 McLaren MP 431. Looks like we've got an interesting start. Bean Streams has shot to the front, holding the lead. Gavulu Kachu is right behind in second place. The Fox 84 is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight battle already. Reiko Haruji just overtook another car to move into sixth place. Hot Bolognese is right behind, pushing hard for fifth. The battle between them is heating up. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone to climb into fourth place. Billy and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for that same spot. Tyler Drums 31 and I are locked in a close fight for 8. Hot Bolognese is climbing to third place. Amy is now 6th. Dr. Keeps Appleway has moved into 10th. Reiko Haruji is climbing one spot to take 6th place. Amy and Reiko Haruji are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Jerk Plays is also climbing one spot to reach 13. Jerk Plays and Queen Manda are battling closely for 12th. Amy is climbing up to 6th place. Amy and Biluj are nose-to-nose for 5th. Maya and Reko Haruji are locked in a close fight for 7th. Dr. Keeps Appaway is climbing to 9th place. Jerk Place has moved up to 11th. Rex and Sarah and Jerk Place are nose-to-nose for the 11th spot. Rex and Sarah is dropping back to the 18th place. Hot Bolognese and Cthulhu Kachu are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Billy and Thos 84 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Wrestling 567 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Reko Haruji is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by over a second. Lukayu just nudged up 1 place to 12. Hot Bolognese and Cthulhu Kachu are nose to tail for 2nd place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Reko Haruji is right behind Maya in 7th place. Rex Nasero is chipping away at Stankit's lead, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Jared Plays and Scorched Log are neck and neck for 17th. Mai is holding steady in 6th place. Rex and Sarah is now just half a second behind Stankit. Jerk Place is climbing, now in 16th. Bean Streams is leading comfortably in the McLaren MP431 with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're in control and setting the pace. Bean Streams is leading the race comfortably in their McLaren MP431 with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control and setting the pace. Amy is in the 4th place with a Renault RS16. He started way back in 13th and is making a decent climb but is still a bit off the leaders. The F1 2016 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and high-speed sections are making overtakes tricky. The top drivers are holding position well, but expect some late race drama as tire wear kicks in. Billy is climbing up to 5th place. Jerk Plays is gaining on Rex and Zera, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Hot Bolognese is driving a Renault RS16 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is a 1:25.595, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite at the front yet. Wow. Bean Streams just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Bean Streams really took that race to school. Congratulations on the win! You drove that race like a true champion. Now as for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you absolutely dominated the bet race. You are now the proud owner of a 2016 Renault RS16 from F1 2016. Well done! Make sure to pick it up before someone else steals your thunder. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite AI racer. Get those selections in before the race starts. Oh, this is quite a nostalgic showdown. Both cars from the same era but very different in handling and speed. The McLaren M23 with its racing pedigree was known for its agility and sharpness around corners. The Tyrrell 007 on the other hand, might have a bit more durability, but could lag a tad behind in raw speed. Given the track at Zandvoort Oosterlijk and the fact that it's pretty technical with lots of turns, I'd say Lord Secretspy in the McLaren might have the edge, especially on those tricky corners. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who makes the perfect move first. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Zandvoort Oosterlijk and leading the pack is a Generate in a 1975 Shadow DN5. Looks like they've got the pole position and are ready to dazzle us right from the start. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Maya is leading the race right now. Right is right behind in second place, and pace CRR is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Radioactiva Vixen is climbing to 7th place. Keruvenen and Neotexum are locked in a close fight for 16. Two Peas and Panny are nose to nose for 10th place. Keruvenen and Neotexum are also locked in a close fight for 16. Two Peas and Da Podcast is climbing to 10th place. Keruvenen is inching up to 16th. Looks like they're both making some moves. Right is leading the race in a Shadow DN5. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably so far. Right is really taking the scenic route back to the pack. PCIR just sneaked into second place. Chmagachad is also climbing up to third. Looks like the top three are getting cozy. Spickles is driving a McLaren M23 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is 41.533 seconds, which is decent but not enough to catch the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Keruvnen just overtook Igrids 34, and now they are nose to tail for the 14th spot. The race for 14th is heating up with those two pushing hard. At Agrids 34 is driving a Lotus 72E, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap of over 42 seconds, and currently in 15th place. KCRR is holding second, but he's got the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing. He might be saving fuel or tires, but he's lurking close enough to challenge for the lead. Just Pantakis is driving a Parnelli V PJ4. They're currently in the middle of the pack, making some progress with the fastest lap of the group, but still behind the leader. Eganerite's Shadow DN5 is way off the pace, over 2 minutes behind the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Leech Mepsi is driving a Shadow DN5. They're currently in 12th place, with a fastest lap of 0:40.561. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the moves. Eganerite is driving a Shadow DN5, which is known for its sleek design and good aerodynamic. They're currently in the lead, with the fastest lap of the race, showing they're pushing hard. Neotexum is driving a Tyrrell 07, which is known for its balanced handling. They're currently in the 16th place, trying to climb up after a slow start. Caravanins Williams FW04 is currently in the 16th position. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up but still hanging in there. Radioactive Vixen is climbing to 5th place. Leech Mepsi is narrowing the gap to Panny 3 by over a second. Just Panchakis and Spikeballs are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Well done. Wow, Maya, you really took the lead there. Congratulations on winning the race. You were racing like a true champion. That was impressive to watch. Sure. Did you know that the 2017 Toyota Camry was one of the most popular cars in America that year? It's like the reliable friend you can count on to get you from point A to point B without drama. Plus, it's known for its smooth ride and fuel efficiency, making it the perfect car for those who value practicality over flash. Nothing too flashy, but hey, it gets the job done in style. Well, looking at the lineup, it's a classic American muscle versus Japanese reliability situation. The Chevrolet SS from 2017 is known for its power and slightly aggressive handling, which could give it an edge on a fast-paced track, like Dover. On the other hand, the Toyota Camry from 2017 is renowned for its smoothness and fuel efficiency. But that might not be enough to outpace the raw speed of the Chevy. If it comes down to raw horsepower and aggressive driving, I'd probably lean toward Malduk's VCF and the Chevrolet. But hey, the Toyota could surprise us with smart navigation and steady pacing. It's going to be an interesting race to see which of these cars really takes the lead. Alright folks, Lisa Shibby is setting the pace from pole position in her 2017 Chevrolet S. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead, or if the others have plans to overtake her. Awen Storm is leading the pack, followed closely by Ebony Shadow in second place. The Betty White Show is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already brewing at the front. The Betty White Show is now in second place, climbing one spot. The Betty White Show and Awen Storm are nose to nose for the lead. Ye Ning is up one spot to third place. Closing in. Lisa Shibby is charging to the front, now in first place. Amy is hot on her heels in second. Wannabe Kiddo is not far behind in third. The race is heating up. Lisa Shibby is slicing through the track, closing in on Maya with a 17.9 second gap. Jade Selgaming is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to 24th place. Frank Huerti and Lithocarp are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Wannabe Kiddo and Amy are nose to nose for second place. Frank Huerti and Lithocarp are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Pani 3 just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Nistek is climbing up to 4th place. Renok T4 and Connormality are nose to nose for 5th. Tots Fired and Scorched Log are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wannabe Kiddo and Amy are still locked in that fierce fight for 2nd place. Connormality just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Now Connormality and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to nose for 3rd. Nistek is climbing up to 5th place. Nistek and Connormality are nose to nose for 4. It's there Epper and Renok T4 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Wannabe Kiddo is holding off Amy by a car length for 2nd place. Frank Huerti and Scorched Log are neck and neck for 10th position. Stephen Brinkley and Dr. Felix X trading paint for 13th. Wannabe Kiddo is holding off Amy for 2nd place. Connormality and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to tail for 3rd. Nistek is trying to catch Connormality but still a bit behind. Renok T4 and Nistek are nose to tail for 5th place. It's there Pair and Renok T4 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Skexis Beau Prey and It's there Aper are going wheel to wheel for 7th. Wow, Lisa Shibi, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Lisa Shibi took the win, huh? Congratulations! Looks like they really know how to handle those AI cars. Can't wait to see if they can keep the streak going. Sure thing. Did you know that the Aviano Intermediate track is famous for its surprisingly tricky sharp turns that make even the most confident drivers second-guess themselves? It's like a little puzzle on wheels. And the AI definitely struggles with those twists and turns. It's the perfect place to see some unexpected race drama unfold. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. We don't want any stragglers stuck with the less exciting options, do we? Get those choices in quick. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1975 Hesketh 308B has a reputation for being quirky but surprisingly nimble, especially in tight corners. On the other hand, the Parnelli VPJ4 might have a bit more grunt, making it a potential favorite for straight-line speed. Given Aviano Intermediate's mix of curves and straights, I'd say it's a close call. If the chaotic weirdo can exploit the Hesketh's agility through the corners, maybe they'll edge out a hit. But if Supro 3 can harness that raw power on the straights, they could take the win. Honestly, I'd lean towards Supro 3 for a slight advantage. But this race could turn on a dime depending on how each driver handles the challenging sections. We're in for a good one. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Aviano Intermediate. The chaotic weirdo is starting on pole in a classic 1975 Hesketh 308B. Expect some vintage flair and hopefully a smooth run. Let's see if they can keep up the pace. The race kicks off with the chaotic weirdo leading, Supro 3 right behind in second, and Platigami holding on to third. Looks like a chaotic start already. Supro 3 is now in first place. Belthanetheist has moved up to 5th, and is battling closely with Skeksis Beopri, who is right behind in 6th. The fight for the top 5 is heating up. Platigami and the chaotic weirdo are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Skeksis Beopri and Belthanetheist are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Famaka is climbing up to 8th place, inching closer to the top 10. Ranu Rampage is gaining on Playdygami, closing the gap by a second. Cloud69 and Shikamaru are battling it out for 10th place. Kikasledi X3 is climbing up to 14th. Cloud69 is climbing to 10th place. Chimagichet is now in 15th, both making some moves. Belthanity Beast is holding on to 4th place, but Runner Rampage is right behind, ready to pounce. Bamaka and Ulavi are still locked in their close fight for 7th, and in the back, Maya and Shikamaru are nose to nose for 11th. Nulavi is climbing up to 6th place. Bamaka is now 7th. Amy is closing in on Skeksis Beaupre, cutting the gap by a second and a half. The track seems to favor the top contenders with consistent lap times, but overtakes could be tricky with tight corners. Playdygami is driving the Fittipaldi FD03, a car known for its sleek design and balanced handling. They are currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Kikasledi X3 is driving a March 751, a classic F1 car from 1975. Looks like they're holding steady in the last place, probably just trying to stay on track. Runner Rampage just overtook Playdygami and is now in 3rd place. Playdygami is fighting hard to regain that position. Cloud69 and Amy are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Belthaneta Beast is dropping like a stone to 15th place. Playdygami is climbing 1 spot to 3rd. Nulavi is also moving up 1 spot to 5th. Belthaneta Beast just zoomed past 14 cars to take the lead. Sir Prothry is not giving up easily. They're right behind in a close fight for 1st. Sir Prothry is now in 1st place. The Chaotic Weirdo has climbed to 2nd. Playdygami is in 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Maya just gained a spot to 10th place. Bees McGee also moved up 1 to 12th. Bees McGee and Shikamaru are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like a battle is brewing. Maya is driving a Parnelli VPJ4 and currently in 12th place. The race looks tight, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Kikasledi X3 is driving a March 751. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, sitting in the 15th position. Kikasledi X3 just overtook Jamagakat and is now in 13th place. They are still neck and neck in that battle. Sir Prothry is leading in a 1975 Parnelli 5th PJ4, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics. Looks like he set the pace with the fastest lap so far. Race seems smooth for him so far. Wow, Sir Prothry, you really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, Sir Pro3 really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on the win. That was some impressive driving. I guess all those hours of practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Well, a fun fact about the F1 cars from 1967 is that they were some of the last to feature really daring and bold aerodynamics, without all the modern safety and tech. These cars looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie with those big wings and sleek shapes. And get this. The engines were so powerful and loud that drivers often struggled just to hear their own thoughts, let alone communicate with their teams during a race. It was a wild era of racing where pushing the limits meant risking it all. And honestly, it made for some pretty legendary battles on the track. Oh wow, what a classic showdown we have here. Amy, a tiny but mighty Cooper T81B, versus Mr. Roche in the sleek McLaren M5A. Both vintage beauties from 1967. But I gotta say, the Cooper is known for its handling on tight corners, while the McLaren might have a bit more speed on the straights. If I had to guess, I'd say Amy's Cooper might have a slight edge in agility, but Mr. Roche's McLaren could pull ahead if he can keep the throttle steady on the long straight. It's a close call, but I'm leaning towards Amy pulling off a sneaky win. Vintage charm and all that. Who are you guys rooting for? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Botniari. And look at that! Ebony Shadow is starting on pole, driving a classic 1967 McLaren M5. Are you ready to see if the old school can hold up in this race? Ebony Shadow has shot to the front, leading the race. Beats with Kev is holding strong in second place. K Bumper is currently in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. K Bumper is climbing to second place. Ebony Shadow and K Bumper are nose to nose for first. Amy is pushing up to fourth. Red Panda Man 94 and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks Ravenous and Iconic Odd are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Ikar 77 is climbing up to 10th, inching closer to the points. Red Panda 94 is climbing fast into 5th place. Looks Ravenous is making a move into 8th. Neo Texum is creeping up to 12th. The F1 1967 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners might be favoring the more agile Lotus and Ferrari, while the McLarens are holding steady at the front. Looks Ravenous is now 7th, closing in on Maya Dodchai. They're nose to tail. Igenerite and Ikar 77 are fighting for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish. Amy is driving a Cooper T81B and currently in 4th place. Looks like she's holding her own, but the top 3 are pulling away. Neotexum is driving a Cooper T81B and currently in the 9th place. Looks like they're trying to climb up but still stuck behind some faster cars. Iconic Odd is driving a Ferrari 312, which is known for its speed and agility. They are currently in 6th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Beats with Kev is driving a Ferrari 312 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. Singoshi is driving a Matra M7, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in the 13th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Maya is currently in 8th place with the BRMP 83. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging the front runners yet. Neotexum is driving a Cooper T81B and is currently in 9th place. Looks like they're stuck in the midfield, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. The F1 1967 cars are all pretty close in speed, so the track at Botniaring is keeping the field tight. No huge gaps yet, but the McLarens are holding strong at the front. Mr. Roche is driving a McLaren M5A, starting in 5th and currently in 6th. He's just behind the leader and has a decent lap time, so he's keeping it competitive. Iconic Odd is driving a Ferrari 312, which is known for its balanced handling and aggressive styling. Their race looks a bit rough with the slowest lap time among the top 10, sitting in 10th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is driving a Lotus 49 and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're making steady progress from the 8th starting position, but still a bit behind the leaders. Singoshi is driving a Matra M7, which is known for its aerodynamic design and lightweight build. Their race looks challenging with a position of 12th and the slowest lap time compared to the leaders. Well, look at that. Ebony Shadow just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Ebony Shadow on winning the race. Well done. You drove that car like a true champion. And hey, great news for Amy. Since you won the bet race, you get to claim the 1967 Cooper T81B. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Oh wow, we've got a classic showdown here. The Reynard 95 I versus the Lola T 9500, both from 1995. So it's really about which car's design and handling suit the track best. The Reynard 95 I was known for being pretty agile, and a favorite for its sharp handling. But the Lola T 9500 had a reputation for being a bit more stable and powerful. I'd say it's a close call, but if I had to put my chips down, I'd lean towards U20 plays in the Reynard. It tends to be a bit more nimble around tight corners, which might give it an edge at the Denver Pepsi Center, especially if the AI driver knows how to exploit its strengths. Maho Chaos in the Lola might be a bit of a powerhouse, but if the track has tricky turns, the Reynard could slip ahead. We'll see how it all plays out, but I'd give a slight edge to U20 plays for now. Alright everyone, Maya's on pole in the 1995 IndyCar class, racing that sleek Penske PC23 at the Denver Pepsi Center track. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the AI decides to give her a little nudge. Renault T4 has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Mafia V is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. JD Anburn and Unisix are nose to tail for fourth place. Darigos and Sirgamingate are locked in a fierce fight for seventh. Daisy Shanes is climbing up to 10th, leaving some behind. Silver Gaming and Dicey Chains are neck and neck for the 10th place. U20 Plays is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 12. Amy and U20 Plays are fighting hard for 12. The IndyCar 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched, so the Denver track must be favoring driver skill over raw speed. No clear dominant car here, just a lot of close racing. Mahokaus is driving a Lola T 9500, which is known for its balance and handling. They are currently in the 16th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them today. The Denver Pepsi Center's tight corners are making overtakes tricky, so staying in position is key. Looks like the top drivers are holding steady, no surprises yet. Next Pouring Life is driving a Lola T 9500 and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. U20 Plays is stuck in the 12th place with a Reynard 95 I1. Their fastest lap time is still unknown, so they might be holding back or just waiting to turn up the heat. JD Anburn is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is slightly slower than the leaders, but consistent enough to stay in the top half. Dicey Shines is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in 11th place. Their lap time is solid, but not quite catching the leaders. The race looks tight, with a lot of close battles behind the front runners. Amy is currently in the 13th position driving a Penske PC23. Their fastest lap is a 6.953, which is slower than most, so their race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Mafia Mavi is driving a Reynard 95i, a classic Indy car. They're currently in third place, staying consistent with the fastest lap just slightly slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady and staying competitive. Bothamoning is driving a Lola T9500 and is currently in the 14th place. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Next Boring Life is driving a Lola T9500 and currently sits in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:5.525, so they're holding steady but not quite matching the leader's pace. Wow! Congratulations to Rinub T4 on taking the win. That was some serious racing skills. Now, for the rest of you, great effort out there. And Maya, you've earned the fastest lap. That's no small feat. You can now claim the 1995 Penske PC23, an absolute classic in IndyCar history. Enjoy your new ride. Alright everyone, this is your last chance to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choices quick or you might end up with the car no one else wanted. Time's running out, so get those selections in now. Alright, this is a classic matchup of vintage charm versus potential speed. The 1961 Cooper T55 has that nostalgic appeal, and may have some surprising handling. But the Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962 is known for being lightweight and nimble. Given the track is Aviano Intermediate, which favors agility and quick acceleration, I'd say the Lola might just have the edge. But hey, with AI driving, anything could happen, especially if one of them suddenly decides to perform a dramatic drift. Let's sit back and see who's got the faster digital reflexes today. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Aviano Intermediate, and leading the pack is the F1 1960 car class, with a Castellanone behind the wheel of a 1965 Ferrari 1512. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold the lead, or if the other AI cars are about to surprise us. Akinona has shot off the line into the lead. Connor Malady is holding strong in second place, and Cap Holster is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Singoshi just moved up one spot to take 4th place. J-Boogie and Grumpyjoff are nose-to-nose for 9th. Amy and J-Boogie are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Aisley is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 12. Alex Has No Brain is gaining ground, moving 2 places to 4th. Looks like Singoshi and Alex are neck and neck for that 4th position. J-Boogie is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Amy is making a move, now in 12th. Maya is now in 10th place, closing the gap. Kyosify is right behind, so this could get interesting. Cap Holster just nudged into 2nd place. Singoshi is climbing up to 4th. SS Davin Games is making moves to 6th. SS Davin Games and Alex Has No Brain are locked in a close fight for 5th. S Davin Games is now in 5th place. J-Boogie is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Silver Gaming has moved up 2 spots to 12th. Maya advances to 8th place. Silver Gaming climbs to 11. Aisley makes a 2-position jump to 12th. The F1 1960 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track at Aviano Intermediate seems to favor the more agile and lighter models. That's why the top spots are tightly contested with a mix of Ferrari, Honda, and Lotus. Rampierov and J-Boogie are nose to tail for 9th place. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 13th. J-Boogie is driving a Brabham BT7 from 1965. They're currently in 10th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but still hanging in there. Kyroscope is really having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 13. Maya is also falling back 6 places to 14. J-Boogie is making some moves, climbing 2 positions to 7th. Maya is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 13 cars. Kyroscope is closing in fast, moving up 11 spots to 2nd. Akanone and Kyroscope are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Silver Gaming just blitzed through 3 cars to grab 8th place. Kyosify is also on the move, overtaking 3 to sit in 11th. Akanon is holding strong at the front, climbing 2 spots to lead the race. Grampierf just sneaked into 8th place. Kyosify is chipping away at Edsley's lead, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. And I'm catching up to Amy by just over a second. Silver Gaming is driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964, currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 1:48.49, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. S Davin Games is holding 8th place, but is way off the pace with a slow lap. Amy is in 10th and also struggling with a slow lap. Looks like the race is slipping away for both of them. Well, a Akinoni. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Akinoni really pulled through. Congrats on the win, you must be feeling like a racing legend right now. That was a close one. But you just had that extra spark. Great job. Sure. Did you know that the Alice track is famous for its twists and turns that make even the most confident drivers second-guess their skills? It's like the roller coaster of racetracks but with more speed and less popcorn. It really tests how well these AI cars can handle the chaos. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make those decisions before we start the race. Don't miss out on your chance to root for your favorite machine. Hurry up and get those choices in, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws at you. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Alfa Romeo T33-2 Longtail is known for its sharp handling and vintage charm. Meanwhile, the Jaguar XJ13 brings that sleek design and raw speed to the table. If we're talking pure racing prowess, the Jaguar might have a slight edge because of its aerodynamics and power. But don't count out the Alfa. Sometimes, handling and agility can flip the script. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'd lean towards the Jaguar just because of that extra muscle. Let's see which one's the real racing star today. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Alice Track. Maya, in her shiny 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet, is starting from the front row. Let's see if she can hold her lead, or if these AI cars have tricks up their sleeves. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Husky Hog in third. Looks like a tight start already. Albin Storm and Your Instinct are neck and neck for fourth place. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to seventh. Spikles and HP Lootcraft are fighting hard for seventh. Gabitha Minimac is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 18. The Betty White Show is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Owen Storm is having a tough time, dropping 16 positions to 21. Eowyn Storm just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Lisa Shibi is right behind in second place, closing the gap. Maya and Lisa Shibi are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for second is heating up. Maya and Lisa Shibi are nose to tail for second place. HP Lootcraft just gained a spot to 8. Rumiev is 13 and Merchican Live are swapping positions for 10th. Aussie 12 10 and 2 is on a roll, climbing to 14. Gabby the Minimac is catching up, now in 16. The Betty White Show is also making moves, now in 18. Everyone's just chasing the leaders. Rumif is 13. Dropping back to 15th place, looks like a rough ride. Merchican Live losing 11 spots, and now in 19th is not exactly flying high. Amy and Maya are neck and neck at the front. Looks like a fierce duel for the top spot. Rumiev is 13. Just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Merchican Live is making a strong push, overtaking a ton of cars to sit in second. Mighty Chunk is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by 840 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. X-Basic Switch is on a roll, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Connor Malady is right behind, also moving up 3 spots to 10th. Moo Tuba is closing the gap fast, trimming it by over 6 seconds. Looks like a battle for position is heating up. Gabby the Minimac has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and Gabby the Minimac are battling it out for the same position. Willow Shrub is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gabby the Minimac is on a roll, overtaking 12 cars to grab the lead. Maya and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for the top spot. The Betty White Show just moved up 1 place to 14. Maya and Gabby the Minimac are nose to tail for the lead. Husky Hog just climbed to 3rd and is eyeing the top spot. Your Instinct is right behind in 4th, both of them fighting for the podium. Maya takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Husky Hog moves into 2nd. Your Instinct climbs into 3rd. The race is heating up. Willow Shrub and Igenerate are nose to tail for 15th place. Eowyn Storm just gained 1 spot to 19. Merchican Live and Gabby the Minimac are locked in a close fight for 20th. Spikeables is gaining on HP Lootcraft, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Aussie Dwudu to Attention 2 is chipping away at Connor Malady, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. The Betty White Show just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. HP Lootcraft is gaining on Amy now, just under 2 seconds behind. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Mutube are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Eowyn Storm is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Wow, Maya. Looks like you're just too fast for the rest. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Maya, you really outdid yourself. Congratulations on winning the race. I guess all that practice with steering in the living room paid off. Great job, you're on fire. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because Kalabagi Stadium has tight corners and lots of twists. Speed is important, but if the car can't navigate those sharp turns smoothly, it won't be able to keep up. Acceleration and braking are also key, since quick stops and launches will help gain positions. Overall, a car that balances good cornering with decent speed will come out on top here. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time. Don't leave me hanging here with no one to root for. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Drinon! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back for some AI racing action. Buckle up, because these cars are about to put on a show. Wow, this is quite the showdown. On one side we have Zinyahima with a classic Nissan Skyline R33 LM from 1995, which is known for its legendary status and tuning potential. On the other side, Amy is racing with the 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, which is essentially a race car born for the track. The F1 GTR is a beast in its own right, designed for speed and agility at the highest levels. Given the cars involved, I'd say the McLaren F1 GT probably has the edge in raw speed and handling on Kalabagi Stadium, especially if the AI algorithms are optimized for those characteristics. But hey, never count out the old school Nissan Skyline, because with some clever tuning it can surprise us all. My guess? The McLaren might just take this one, but it's going to be a close race. Let's find out! Alright folks, the Retro GT 500 Caravan is starting on pole in that classic 1996 Mitsubishi Geo. Clearly a fan favorite. Or maybe just a time machine on wheels. Let's see if it can keep that lead. Caravan is leading the race, followed closely by Direct Official in second place. Mutuba is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Renon just overtook someone to take fifth place. Excepcion and Renon are nose to nose for fifth. Cap Holster is climbing up to 14th. Cap Holster is dropping like a stone, now 9 places behind in 23rd. 8. Maya is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Excepcion is also making moves, up to 5th. Cap Holster has stormed to the front, overtaking 22 cars to take the lead. Caravanin and Cap Holster are nose to tail, fighting fiercely for the top spot. Mystic and Amy are locked in a close duel for 11th place. Mystic is slicing through the field to grab 8th place. Geruvanen is holding onto the lead, gaining 1 spot. Direct Official is also climbing, snatching 2nd place. The race is heating up. Smurf20 and Amy are now neck and neck for 9th place. Cap Holster is closing in on Flinchicott 21, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Smurf20 is climbing to 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in the 17th spot. Renon is climbing up to 5th place. Nestek is narrowing the gap to Tails of Strilly by 1/4 seconds. Cubber is advancing to 17th place. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Mutuba has moved into 3rd. Renon is gaining on Direct Official, closing the distance by over a second. Tales of Strilly is climbing up to 6th place. Smurf20 is chipping away at Nenstek's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Renon and Direct Official are nose to tail for 4th place. Dude Smoky Blunt just snuck into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Catgirl TM is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 TM. They're currently in 20th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time. Cap Holster is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace, given their position and lap time. Renon is climbing to 4th place. Exception is making a move to 5th. Smurf20 is inching into 8th. The race is heating up. Nastek and Smurf20 are neck and neck for 8th place. Senyahima is closing in on Amy with a 1-second aim. Catgirl TM and Haimais are battling it out for the 18th spot. Nenstek is climbing up to 8th place. Catgirl TM is advancing to 18. Cobber is climbing up to 16th place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Cobber are nose to nose for that spot. Scozer Ops is also making moves, now in 19th place. Nishtek is climbing up to 7th place. Smurf20 is gaining on Direct Official, closing the gap by over a second. Crazy Sweetbutt is making moves to reach the top 15. Tinyahima is climbing nicely up to 9th place. Dude Smoky a Blunt is also making moves, now in 10th. Pymeyes and Skozerabas are nose to nose for 19. This is getting spicy. Wow, Karuvinen just took the win. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic performance from Karavanen. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like a pro. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know the 1968 Ford Falcon X RGT was actually the first Australian car to wear the iconic Subaru badge? It's like the car was saying, hey, I might be small but I've got the hops of a kangaroo. Definitely a fun piece of Aussie motor history. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one dominates the track. Get those choices in now. Alright, so we've got Wei-Fuan in a 28 Gumpert Apollo S, which is a pretty wild choice for Teledege. It's a super lightweight and agile car, but it's also 25 years old and maybe not built for those big high-speed packs. On the other hand, Slipslide Aiming is behind a 2021 Nissan 400C, which is more modern, likely with better aerodynamics and tech, to keep it glued to the track. Given Talladega's long straightaways and high speeds, I'd say the Nissan has the edge. It's built for speed and stability at those crazy speeds. The Gumpert's probably more fun to watch weave through traffic. But I think the Nissan will take this one by a nose. But hey, stranger things have happened, so I wouldn't count Wei Fuan out just yet. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Talladega and Joey Pastrami is leading the pack in a 2021 Nissan 400Z. Let's see if the AI can keep this up or if chaos is about to happen. Joey Pastrami is leading the race, followed closely by Vagrant Tencherner in second place and Brando Buster holding on to third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Vagrant Tencherner and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail at the front. Brando Buster is trying to sneak past Vagrant Tencherner for second. Oh, Husky Hog and Brando Buster are swapping positions in the fight for third. Toadette the Kitty is making a strong push into second place. Francorti is climbing fast into fourth. In is also gaining ground, now in sixth. The race is heating up. The Lightning Thief is storming ahead to take the lead. Kilo Juliet Delta is not far behind, climbing up to second place. Wild Cavanona is making a strong move to third. Looks like a battle for the top three is heating up. The Grunt Enchanter is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 21 cars. Husky Hog is right behind, also making a big move to second. Toadette the Kitty is closing in fast, claiming third after her own impressive surge. Husky Hog is gaining fast on Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap by 10 seconds. Joey Pastrami is catching up to Brando Buster, chipping away at nearly 8 seconds. Francorti is on the move, closing in on Joey Pastrami with a push of 8.6 seconds. Wei Fuan is making a move, now in the top 16 after overtaking 3 cars. Toadette the Kitty is closing in on Husky Hog, the gap shrinking by almost 3 seconds. Francorti is gaining on Joey Pastrami, closing the distance by a second. X-Basics Wix is now just a few seconds behind Francorti and looks ready to pounce. Flaming Buddha is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars and climbing into 9th place. Francorti is gaining on Joey Pastrami but still has some ground to make up. Asuyuroni is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 15th. Francorti is inching closer to the top 5. Flaming Buddha is also on the rise, now in 8th. Husky Hog is inching closer to Vagrant Enchanter, the gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Flaming Buddha is catching up to X-Basics Witch, just over a second behind. Nagutsu is closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta, nearly 4 seconds gain. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Toadette the Kitty is gaining fast on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 7.8 seconds. GT Lishman 33 just overtook 3 cars and is now in the middle of the pack, sitting in 8th place. Slip and Slater Gaming is closing in on Amy by 8.1 seconds, so expect some action soon. Jibuogi is gaining fast on Amy, now just 6 seconds behind. Husky Hog is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, less than 3 seconds apart. Blaming Buddha is inching closer to Franquity too, just 2 seconds between them. Arlo Coast is gaining rapidly on Jibuogi. Husky Hog and Vagrant Enchanter are neck and neck for the lead. Toadette the Kitty is closing in on Husky Hog, inching closer by the second. Husky Hog takes the lead, pushing the Vagrant Enchanter to second. Blaming Buddha climbs to 4th, closing in. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Toadette the Kitty, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. X Basic Switch is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Vaifuane is also moving up 1 spot to 9th. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Toadette the Kitty, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Yichi Swishman 33 has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th position. Guido Giulietel and Jichi Swishman 33 are now nose to nose in a fierce pen battle. Hey Naibe, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed chaos. Get ready for some AI cars battling it out on the track. Wow! The Vagrant Enchanter really outpaced everyone. Guess all that magic finally paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow, Vagrant Enchanter, that was an incredible win. Congratulations. You really know how to leave the others in the dust. I guess all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that the Okutama Sprint track is famous for its tight turns and quick chicanes? It's like the track designers wanted to challenge even the most confident drivers, making every lap feel like a mini roller coaster. Perfect for those AI cars to really show off their nimbleness. Alright everyone, get those final picks in before the clock runs out. Don't let your dream car slip away just because you were too busy chatting about how awesome this race is. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. The Dodge Viper GTS is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, perfect for a track like Okutama Sprint. Meanwhile, the Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG is a luxury cruiser with a serious twin-turbo V12 under the hood, offering both speed and comfort. Considering the Viper is more of a track-focused beast, and the Mercedes leans more towards elegance and smoothness, I'd say the Viper has the edge here, especially when it comes to quick acceleration and agility. But hey, in the world of AI racing, surprises are practically guaranteed. So, I'd put my chips on the Foz 84's Dodge to take the win, but don't count out the Mercedes just yet. This race is gonna be a tight one. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at a Okutama Sprint, and leading the charge is Trehart Triad with the 2019 SSC. Looks like the speed machine is ready to show those other cars who's boss. Stay tuned for some high-octane action. Trehart Triad is leading the race, followed closely by Trash Crashton in second place. Ice is currently in third, trying to keep up with the frontrunners. The Foz 84 is climbing fast into fourth place. Josh Bjosh is also making moves up to seventh. Looks like Maya and Josh Bjosh are nose-to-tail fighting for sixth. Red Panda Man T4 and the Foz 84 are locked in a tight battle for fourth place. Bobardo is climbing up one spot to 9. Eskies is gaining 2 positions to move into 13th. Red Panda Man T4 is on a roll, climbing to second place. Amin San and Josh Bjosh are nose to nose for 7th. Naiba just gained a spot to 15th and is locking horns with Amy for 14th. Naiba is making a move, now in 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gaming Tophied Cancer is also on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 14th. Maya is closing the gap on the Foz 84, bringing it down by 1.3 seconds. Naiba and Arlo Coast are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Gamingto Fight Cancer just climbed one spot to 13th. Gamingto Fight Cancer and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 12th. Gamingto Fight Cancer is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th place. Naibe is climbing 2 spots to 9th place. Bobardo and Gamingto Fight Cancer are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Triad is leading the race in a 2019 SSC Tuatara, which is known for its incredible speed and sleek design. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. The Vots 84 and Ice are neck and neck for 4th place. Naiba just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Naiba and Josh Bilosh are trading paint for 7th. Naiba is now 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Gamingto Fight Cancer has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 spot. Matrixco advances to 13th place, climbing 1 position. Triad is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap. Wait, looks like he's in control unless someone pulls a surprise. Gamingto Fight Cancer is now in 8th place. Josh Biosh and Gamingto Fight Cancer are battling closely for that position. Ovidos is climbing up to 16th place. Arlo Coast is holding off Bobardo by a hair for 11th place. Theskis and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 16th. The Vots 84 is climbing up to 4th place. Arlo Coast and Bobardo are nose-to-nose for 11. Theskis is making a move to 16. Wow. Triad took the top spot. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Well done. Wow, Triad really took the checkered flag. Awesome job. You definitely earned that victory. As for the drivers who can claim cause Naide, you did the most overtakes today. Congratulations. You get to take home a sleek 2018 Ferrari J50. Not bad at all. Alright everyone, you better make your pick fast. The clock's ticking and those cars aren't going to choose themselves. Get your votes in before it's too late or you might end up with a snail speed. Hurry up! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Nagione has lots of twists and turns, so a car that can stick to the road and navigate curves smoothly would have the advantage. Top speed is less important here, since staying fast through the bends is key. Acceleration also matters because getting out of the corners quickly can make a big difference. Overall, a car with great agility and grip would be the star of this race. Wow, tough call here. Both cars are legends in their own right, but the Porsche 917 Spyder is known for its incredible speed and aerodynamics. It's like racing in a piece of history designed for dominance. On the other hand, the March 707 Chevrolet has its own charm with a solid racing pedigree, but it might struggle against the raw power of that Porsche. I'd say the Porsche has the upper hand here, but hey, let's see if the March can surprise us. It's racing after all, not just a beauty contest. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Magione and Amy is starting on pole in the Can-Am class. She's driving a 1970 BRN P154 Chevrolet, so expect some vintage speed and style up front. Let's see if she can hold that lid. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed by Tukins Flora in second, and Naveling holding on to third. Let's see if anyone can challenge that top trio early on. Arayu Serial is now in third place, climbing one spot. Team Tinatia has moved up 2 spots into fourth, and I am also climbing 2 spots into sixth. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Hot Sorts is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Hikori Hamzam is having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 23. Team Tinatia is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3. Ainokti. Senyahima is climbing to 9th place. The 8th Empress is closing in on Kuefo, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Abumzi is moving up to 16th place. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 7th place. Patsorts and Zenyahima are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Gary 710 is chipping away at Vinha 17's lead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Amy is leading comfortably in her Chevrolet-powered BR Impone 154 from 1970. Looks like she's got the pace and the position locked in so far. The App Empress just gained a spot, now in 14th place. Abomzi is narrowing the gap to Kufo by over a second, so expect some action soon. The track's tight corners are probably favoring the more agile vintage ultralights. But the Can-Am cars still hold the top spots thanks to raw power. Abomzi advances to 15th place. Zolichadonini 1 climbs to 19. Zolichadonini 1 and Silhukachu are nose to nose for 18. OMZ is climbing up to 13th place. Abomzi and Gary 17 are nose to tail, fighting for that 12th spot. The Empress is gaining on Abomzi, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. They're battling for 14th place. Rondom 69 is inching closer to Cuefo, cutting the distance to about 1.5 seconds. That's a tight fight for 16th. The Empress climbs to 14th place. Rondon 69 advances to 16. Kilukachu is closing in on Cuefo, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. They are locked in a tight duel for 17th place. Daya Empress just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Gary 710 and the Empress are nose to nose for that same spot. Solichadonini 1 is creeping up to 18th place. Tukins Flora is driving a Ferrari 712 from 1970. They're currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race at 1:12.467, so they're pushing hard and looking strong. Tatsoti Serena and Zinya Hima are neck and neck for 9th place. Abomzi just gained 1 spot to move into 14th. Zolicha Dominity 1 is chopping down the gap to Cuefo by a full second. Wow, Amy really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really pulled off a stunning victory. Great job! Looks like they've got some serious racing skills. Even if it's just I guess practice makes perfect, huh? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Black Cat County Intermediate has lots of sharp turns and tricky corners. You need a car that can stick to the road and make quick, precise movements. Sure, raw speed is nice, but if your car can't navigate the twists and turns smoothly, you'll lose precious time and probably end up in the orange zone. Balance is key here, so I'd say good cornering ability and steady control are what matter most for conquering this tricky course. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you've got just a little bit of time left. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and get those selections in. Oh wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Naibi with that classic 1989 TVR Tuscan, a car that's known for its raw power and maybe a little bit of vintage charm. On the other, Spikeballs with a 1992 Ford Escort RS Cosworth, a beast packed with turbocharged adrenaline and rally heritage. Honestly, it's a close call. The Tuscan's got that old school muscle and a bit of a wild streak, but the Escort RS Cosworth was built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Black Cat County Intermediate. If I had to put my money on one, I'd say the Escort might just have a slight edge because of its turbo boost and rally-tuned handling. But hey, you know with AI racing, sometimes the unpredictable wins the race. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Black Cat County, and leading the pack is Amy in her classic 1990 Nissan Skyline GT R32. She's starting strong from pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Amy is leading the race right now, followed by Spikeballs in second place and Naibe in third. The pack is already closing in, so expect some action soon. Spikeballs is holding tight at the front, but Amy is right behind, looking for an opening. Skeksis Belprix just snuck into third and is closing in on the top two. The fight for second is heating up with Skeksis Belprix and Spikeballs going wheel to wheel. Skeksis Belprix is now in first place. Amy is right behind in second. The race is heating up at the top. Bubote has climbed to fourth place, closing in. Neotexum is climbing to 12th place. Axton Hits is now in 14th place, both making some moves. Group A cars are leading, showing their speed advantage on this track. Group N cars are mostly trailing behind, likely struggling with the higher performance of Group A. The track favors the more powerful cars in this class. Axton Hits just climbed one spot to 12th place. The race for 11th is heating up with Axton Hits and Drur False nose to nose. Axton Hits is climbing up to 10th place now. That battle with Zachary TV looks intense. Who's going to blink first? Axton Hits is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX in Group N. They're currently in the 10th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real moves yet. Naibe is holding on to second place just behind Skeksis Beau Prix, while Spikeballs is in third. Looks like Naibe might have a slight edge, but Spikeballs is right there ready to pounce if Naibe slips. Beef Sliders is racing a Peugeot 205 Rally, a classic rally car known for agility. Their race seems steady in the 17th spot, not making any big moves yet. Axton Hits is gaining on G-Chi Swin 33, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Drew Arfals and Zachariah TV are locked in a close fight for 11th place. The Group of cars are dominating the top spots with solid performance, while Group N is trailing behind. The track seems to favor the more powerful and agile group of cars, giving them a clear edge. Bubote is climbing up to third place. Axton Hits is closing in on G-Chi Swishman 33, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Drew Arfals is moving up to 11th place. Platigami is catching Naibe, but Maya is hot on Platigami's tail now. Drew Arfals is making a move on Axton Hits, closing in steadily. Naibe's TVR Tuscan is a classic British sports car known for its raw power and aggressive styling. It's currently in second place, so they're doing pretty well, holding a solid position in the top half of the field. Amy is leading the race in a Nissan Skyline GTR 32. Looks like she's holding onto that first place pretty comfortably so far. I know. Tugonet TTV is driving a Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth, which is interesting because it has all-wheel drive for better grip. Looks like Tug is stuck in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves so far. Congratulations to Skeksis Beau Prix on winning the race at Black Cat County Intermediate. Clearly, they know how to cross the finish line first. Well done. Wow, Skeksis Beau Prix really pulled off an amazing feat today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is like winning 3 games at once. Huge congratulations to them. Clearly they've got some serious skills behind the wheel. Everyone else better watch out because they just raised the bar high enough to touch the stars. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see which one dominates the race? Time's ticking, so make your choice quick. Alright, so we have the FUS 84 and a Williams FW31 and jerk plays and a Toyota TF109. Both are 2009 F11 cars, so we're looking at some pretty close racing. The Williams had some decent moments that year, but was often a bit inconsistent, whereas the Toyota was known for being reliable and a solid performer on the right day. Given that, I'd probably lean towards the Toyota TF109's stability and consistency. But hey, the Williams could pull off a surprise if the AI favors aggressive driving. My bet? Jerk Place's Toyota might edge out the FUS 84 just because of that reputation for steadiness. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Alright folks, so Zarabs is on pole driving a 2009 McLaren MP424 at Calabogie Stadium Doy. Let's see if they can keep that lead or if the AI will surprise us. JH 133 has shot off the line into the lead. Zarabs is right behind him in second place. Stephen Brinkley is holding on to third, not letting the front runners get away just yet. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Morningstar has also gained one position, sitting in fifth. Unstabil and Quiz 44 are nose-to-nose fighting for sixth place. Zolid and T1 advances to 7th place. Naiba and Unstabil are nose-to-nose for 8th. Dishonored Fox and Yakiraman are locked in a close fight for 11th. Morningstar is climbing up to 4th place. Stephen Brinkley and Morningstar are battling hard for that spot. Unstabil is also making moves, now in 8th place. Ebony Shadow is climbing up one spot to take 18th place. Ebony Shadow and Jerk Plays are nose to tail for 17th. Amy is also gaining one spot to sit in 21st. Unstable and Quiz 44 are nose to tail for 6th place. Medisberry just gained a spot to 10th. Kyosify is also climbing up one position to 14th. Medisberry is slicing through the field to take 7th place. Maya is climbing to 2nd, inching closer to the leader. Morningstar is also advancing to 3rd, making this a tight battle for the podium. Dishonored Fox is on the rise, now in 8th place. Latinumera is closing in, claiming 9. Yakiraman is making a move, now in 10th. The race is heating up. Ebony Shadow just overtook someone to move up to 15th place. Ebony Shadow and the FUS 84 are nose to nose for 14th. Cheese and Dashauer and Jerk Plays are locked in a close fight for 16th. Solid Showdown in 81 is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 4th. Morningstar just nudged into 2nd. Stephen Brinkley is also making moves, grabbing 3rd. Dishonored Fox is on the move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Deluxe Combo is also making a move, passing 5 cars to reach 6th. Lamborghini Tuba is gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars and now in 8th. Ebony Shadow is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 12. Morning Stars is closing in on GT Swishman 33, cutting the gap by a second. Lamborghini Tuba just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Stephen Brinkley just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Zola Chadon in T1 is climbing up to 3rd. Dishonored Fox is also on the move, now in 4th. Things are getting interesting up front. Cheese and Dashauer is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Deluxe Combo nudges into 5th. Lamborghini Tuba also advances 1 spot to 6th. Maya is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like she's got this race under control. That new Mira is on the move, climbing 3 places to 14. Dishonored Fox is gaining ground and now holds 2nd. Quiz 44 is inching up 1 spot to 15. Deluxe Combo is on fire, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Lamborghini Tuba is not far behind, also moving up 3 spots to 3rd. Ashaneriton is making a bold move, overtaking 4 cars to land in 14th. Jared Place is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. The Fox 84 just nudged into 4th. Yakirama is making a move to 10th. Ashaneriton is making a move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lucky Humura is also on the rise, grabbing 15th place with a similar 3-car overtaking spree. The Fox 84 is climbing to 2nd place. Lamborghini Tuba is chipping away at the gap, now 3.9 seconds behind. Stephen Brinkley is making a move, jumping up 2 spots to 5th. Skoza Robs is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to take the 18th place. Yakiraman Nudgas up 1 spot to 11. Cheese Indashawa also moves up 1 spot to 12. Wow. JT Swishman 33 took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Nice job. Congratulations to JT Swishman 33 for winning the race. Great job out there, showing some serious skill. You've definitely earned that victory today. Absolutely. Did you know that the Circuit Ascend North track is often called the Cathedral of Motorcycling because of its rich history and legendary status in the racing world? It's like the holy grail for motorbike fans, but also a pretty thrilling place for cars to test their limits. And rumor has it, the track's unique combination of fast straights and challenging corners makes it a bit of a roller coaster for any vehicle, whether AI or human. Wow, this is a classic matchup. The 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa is iconic and known for its speed and agility. But the Maserati 300s from 1955 is no slouch either. The Ferrari might have a slight edge with its reputation for racing prowess, but the Maserati's vintage charm and handling could surprise us. Given the track circuit and those vintage beauties, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari, but don't count out the Maserati just yet. It's going to be a tight race, and honestly, I'm just here to watch these legends go at it. Alright folks, Oggy's Wolfie is on pole in the sports cars 1950 class, cruising in a stunning 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage. Let's see if that classic beauty can stay ahead in this race. Oggy's Wolfie has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Tukins Flores holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Silhouette is climbing up to third place now. Tukins Flora and Silhouette are nose to nose for that spot. Avilio is making a nice jump to eighth. Tukins Flora and Silhouette are nose to tail for third place. DCK Pepitze Rogerts is climbing up one spot to 10th. Lord Secretsby and DCC Zerogs are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. Tukins Flora is now in third place, climbing steadily. Awildraino has advanced 2 spots and is now in 6th. Bacon and Rondon 69 are nose-to-nose fighting for 13th. Abomzi and Silhouette are nose-to-tail for 4th place. XOS's just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Silhouette and Tukins Flora are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Aviladrino just gained a spot and is now 5th. Jades Elgaming and Lord Secrespi are locked in a close fight for 11th. Silhouette is now in 3rd place, climbing up the ranks. Duly Smoke Iblunt is closing in on Bicorn and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Schmerzendive has moved up to 21st position. Avidrino just nudged into 4th place. Tukins Flora and a Wild Renino are nose to nose for that spot. DAK Pete Rockets is creeping up to 9th. Lord Zikrespi just climbed to 10th place. Dude Smoke Eablun is closing in on Bighorn and has cut the gap by over a second. Amy is now in 17th place after moving up one spot. Random 69 is climbing 2 spots to 11th place. Matrixco and Random 69 are nose to nose for 11th. Dr. Monkey 13th advances 1 spot to 18. Toucans. Flora and Aweldrino are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Morning Stars is chipping away at Door Rogue's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Jade Style Gaming is climbing the ladder, moving up 1 spot to 12. Silhouette and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd place. Door Rogue is gaining on a Bombsy, closing the gap to just over a second. Dikike Pete Rogerts is right behind Morning Starsel, inching closer by a little over a second. Wilderino jumps to 2nd place. A Bombsy is closing in on Toucan's Flora, now just a second apart. They're locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Lord Zekrisby just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Lord Zekrisby and DCKBCO Girds are nose to tail for 8th. Amy is climbing up to 15th, inching closer to the pack. Morning Starsel is closing in on Door Rogue, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. DCKP Pete Rogerts and Morning Starsel are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 14. She's also battling closely with Matrixco for 13. Amy just gained a spot, now in 13th. Bighorn and Matrixco still neck and neck for 14th. Schmerzenliebe keeps climbing, now in 17th. Jigsaw Gaming is closing in on Random 69, cutting the gap by 1 second. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing 2 spots to reach 14. Exoaces and Dude Smokey a Blunt are nose to nose for 18th place. Morning Starsel is trying to overtake DCKPBZ Gravers for 8th place. Bighorn just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Wow! Ogslofi just took the checker flag. Looks like someone's been practicing. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Uggs Wolfie takes the victory. Congratulations on the win, you definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you nailed the bet race, and can now add a 1955 Maserati 300S to your collection. Not a bad prize for winning the wager, huh? Keep your eyes on the road, everyone, and stay tuned for the next exciting race. Hey everyone! Hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. You don't want to miss out on the fun. Make your choice quick! Wow, this is a matchup that screams classic racing nostalgia. The 1969 Nissan R382 is a legendary muscle car with a lot of raw power, especially for its time. On the other hand, the 1974 Shadow DN4 is more of a racing prototype, designed for agility and speed through corners. Honestly, I think the Shadow DN4 might have a slight edge with its more modern design and better handling, especially on a track like Brands Hatch Indy, which favors agility and quick cornering. The Nissan R382, while powerful, might struggle a bit with the tight turns, and its weight could slow it down on the curves. Though, I'd say the Shadow DN4 is probably the favorite here, but I wouldn't count out the Nissan entirely. It's classic versus classic after all. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Brands Hatch Indy, and it looks like Ken Ames' GC Swishman 33 is starting on pole with a classic 1974 Shadow DN4. Let's see if that vintage can hold up, or if the new kids on the block will overtake it. GC Swishman 33 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Vagrantenchanter is holding strong in second place. Pani 3 is sitting comfortably in third. But don't count anyone out just yet. Big Boy Bets is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to take 10th place. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Wanabekido is also making progress, advancing 2 spots to 5th. Housekank is driving a 1967 Nissan R380A2, which is a vintage ultralight. They're currently in 11th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like a steady race so far. GamerBoss72 is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise so far. GamerBoss72 is climbing to 14th place. Givenserogai is also moving up to 16th place. Sofik and Favinserogai are nose-to-nose for 16th place. GamerBoss72 is racing a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider. Their race seems to be stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so it looks like they're just trying to stay on track for now. Amy is driving a 1970 Ferrari 712. She's holding 6th place, but is a bit behind the leader and not making much progress. Honey 3 is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless someone else steps up. Wolf of Aco just overtook Gamer Boss 72, and now they are neck and neck for 14th place. Honey 3 just grabbed the 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy also moved up 1 spot, now in 7th. Naiba and a nose-to-nose for 7th. This is getting spicy. Naiba is now in 7th place, closing in on Amy. Amy and Naiba are nose to tail for 7th. Hot Swords has climbed to 10th, not bad at all. Amy just nudged into 7th place. Naiba and Amy are nose to nose for that spot. Evincero guy is climbing up to 15. Looks like the race is heating up. Wolf of Echo just overtook Frankenballs, and now they are neck and neck for 12th place. This race is heating up at the back. Gamer Boss 72 is climbing to 13th place. Evincero guy is now 14th place. Hellskank is sneaking into 15th place. The race is heating up just behind the leaders. Amy just sneaked into 7th place. Stabby Guy Killen's also climbing up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Hot Swords advances to 9th place. Big Boy Beds climbs to 10th. Wolf of Echo moves into 11th. The race is heating up. Honey 3 is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, chipping away at the gap. They're battling for 2nd place. Wannabe is climbing up to 4th, leaving someone behind. Wolf of Aco just sneaked into the 10th place, pushing Big Boy Bets a bit back. Wolf of Aco and Big Boy Bets are now nose to nose for 10th. Naibe is closing in on Frankenballs, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow, GG Swishman 33 just took the win. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Well done. Congratulations to GG Swishman 33. You drove like a true champion today. Well done on taking the victory. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a prize. Amy snatched the fastest lap, so you get to claim that gorgeous 1970 Ferrari 712 from the Cana series. That's a sweet ride to add to your collection. And Maya, since you won the bet race, you get to claim the sleek 1974 Shadow Dean 4 also from Can AMM. Looks like a fantastic addition to your virtual garage. Great racing, everyone. Stay tuned for the next showdown. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Make your pick quick, or you might end up with the vehicle no one wants to root for. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side we have Hellskank in a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, a car known for its sporty roots and a bit of a classic charm. On the other, Amy in a 1968 Isuzu Bella GTR, which is a bit of a rarer choice, and definitely packs some Japanese muscle. Given the age and the specs, I'd say the Triumph might have a slight edge in straight-line speed, because of its design and powertrain. But don't count out Amy's Bellet, especially if it's been properly tuned, because those little Japanese cars can surprise you. I'd lean toward Hellskank's Triumph just because of its raw power and history. But honestly, this is going to be tight. It's a classic battle of vintage charm versus unexpected Japanese grit. We'll see who impresses more on the track. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at the Ailes track with Lux Ravenous in the lead, driving a classic 1971 Lotus Elon Sprint. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold off the competition. Lux Ravenous has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place, just ahead of Hellskank in third. Looks like a pretty tight start. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing one spot. Theskes and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a close fight for 8th. Crazy Sweetbutt has gained 2 positions, now in 10th. Yasnin in 96 is trying to hold off Stabigail Killams for 6th place. Buchizero and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to tail for 10th. This race is heating up in the mid-pack. Maya just overtook someone to move into third place. Looks like she's on the move. The battle for second is heating up between Maya and Amy.I. Who's going to blink first? Yasnin 196 is climbing steadily, now in 6th. Not bad, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Yasnin 196 is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Yasnin 196 and Hellskank are battling fiercely for 4th. Stabigail Killams is closing the gap on Kalmetli by a second, so expect some fireworks soon. Stephen Brinkley's car is a 1966 MG BG 8HE. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the top spots. Looks like a quiet race so far. Yasnin 96 just overtook someone and is now in second place, Amy. And Yasnin 196 are nose to nose. Looks like a photo finish is on the horizon. Yasnina 96 is holding onto the lead with Lux Ravenous right behind them, just waiting for a slip-up. Calm Netwe and Hellskank are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a photo finish is on the cards. Hellskank's Triumph Dolomite Sprint is holding the 2nd place in the race. Looks like it's doing well, but the real challenge is catching up to the leader. Lux Ravenous is leading in a classic 1971 Lotus Elan Sprint. Their race looks smooth so far with a commanding 1st place, and no signs of slowing down. Lux Ravenous is cruising in a 1971 Lotus Elan Sprint, known for its lightweight agility. Looks like they're leading comfortably, probably enjoying a smooth ride with no sign of trouble. Abigail Killens is driving a 1968 Honda S800 RSC. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a solid race so far. Yasnin 96 is now in 1st place. Buchicero has climbed to 8th. Theskis is in 9th. The race is heating up. The track seems to favor the quicker Group 2 cars with the top 3 all from that group. The slower Group 1 cars are struggling to keep up, especially on the straights where power matters. Stephen Brinkley just made a bold move and overtook 11 cars to take the lead. Yasnin 196 is right on his tail, and they're locked in a fierce battle for the top spot. Yasnin 196 has claimed the top spot now. Lux Ravenous is right behind in 2nd place, and I'm sneaking into 3rd place just like that. Stephen Brinkley's car is a 1966 M GMG BGD 8, and it's currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Lux Ravenous and Maya are still nose to tail. No room for error. Stephen Brinkley is gaining on Adenut 44. The distance shrinking fast. Abigail Killens is gaining on Calmetwe, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Richizero is hot on Abigail Killen's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Yasnin 196 is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Adenut 44 is driving a 1964 Porsche 356C. Their race seems challenging, with the slowest lap time so far, and they're currently in the last position among Group 1 racers. Yasnin 196 is leading in a 1974 BMW 2002, which is known for its agility and classic charm. They're holding a solid lead and have the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're really pushing the limits. Wow. Yasnin 196 really took the lead and claimed victory. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow, what a performance from Yasnin 96. Winning the race, fastest lap, and most overtakes. They really left everyone in the dust. That's a triple crown for the books, folks. Well done indeed. And congratulations to Amy for winning the bet race. You've earned that classic 1968 Isuzu Bellet GTR, a real gem from the Group 2 Category 2. Hope you're ready to cruise in style with that little piece of automotive history. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite AI car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your champion. This is quite the classic showdown between two very similar Formula One cars from the same era. Silent Fox 213 is behind the wheel of the Toyota TF106B, which was known for its balanced handling and reliability. Though it wasn't exactly the fastest car on the grid. Mission Man's Honda RA106 had some upgrades and tweaks that made it quite competitive in certain conditions. But overall it faced some challenges compared to rivals. Considering the track at Autopolis Oita, which features a mix of tight corners and long straightaways, the car's aerodynamics and engine performance will play a big role. The Toyota's handling might give it an edge through the twisting sections, but the Honda's power could come into play on the straights. Given all that, I'd probably lean towards Silent Fox 213 in the Toyota. Just because its more consistent handling might help navigate Autopolis better. But if Mission Man gets a good start and keeps the pace up on those long straight sections, he might surprise us all. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Autopolis Oita, and leading the pack is Asarani in a sleek 2006 BMW Sauber F106. Let's see if they can hold that pole position or if the AI will surprise us. Asuaroni is leading the race, followed closely by Rome Spider in second place. Violetta Mama is currently in third, trying to keep up. V39 is climbing up to 7th place. T-Bomb and VD39 are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Penny 3 and Lazy Towner are locked in a fierce fight for 12. T-Bomb and VD39 are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Lazy Towner just snuck past one car to take 11th. Naiba and Lazy Towner are locked in a close fight for 11th. V39 is really having a tough time dropping to 18. Amy is climbing nicely into 7th. JD Anburn is sneaking into 9th, inching closer to the top. Rome Spider and Asironi are nose to tail at the front. Popcorn Slayer and Mission Man are swapping positions every lap. Donnell and Dudington Gordes Plantes in the new one. That's Olivia Count or Noah. Crendelise is climbing up to 13th place. Aisley is also moving up to 14th place. Wrestling 567 and another racer are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Maya is on a roll, climbing from 10th to 5th place in no time. The Onion Fox 213 is quietly sneaking into 4th. Wrestling 567 is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 15. Mission Men is climbing to 5th place. Amy is now 6th. T-Boom has moved into 7th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle at the back. Mission Man is driving a Honda R106 and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Mission Man is trying to squeeze past Amy for 5th. They're nose to tail. This could get interesting. The track's tight corners seem to favor the top contenders, while the slower cars are struggling to keep up. Aisley just sneaked into the top 12. Someone's inching closer to the top 12 as well. Day 39 is making a little progress, climbing into the top 20. Amy is currently in 6th place driving a Spiker M16. Her fastest lap is nearly 30 seconds slower than the leader, so she's not exactly setting the world on fire. The F1 2006 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track at Autopolis Oida with its twists and turns is definitely testing their handling skills. The top drivers are staying consistent, but the slower lap times suggest some are struggling with the track layout more than others. Rendelive is climbing to 11th place. Someone just moved up to 12th. Wrestling 567 is now in 13th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Asuroni is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to seal the deal. Lazy Towner is in 12th place with a super slow lap time of 1 minute 30 seconds and 68 milliseconds. Looks like they are struggling to keep up. Naiba and JD Anburn are nose to tail for 8th place. They 39 has gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Pani 3 also up 1 spot, now in 17th. Naiba is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars to grab the lead. Asuroni and Naidi are nose to nose for 1st place. Trend Alive just moved up 1 spot to 10th. Wow, Asuroni took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too quick for everyone else. Well done! Wow, Asuroni really took the checkered flag? Congratulations on the win. They must have driven that car like they stole it. Great race. Here's a fun fact for you all about the Apricot Hill Racing Complex reverse track. Did you know that driving it backwards actually makes the corners feel quite different? It's like you're trying to read a map in a different language. It really messes with your sense of direction and adds a whole new challenge to the race. It's like the track is playing a little game of hide and seek with your memory. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't chosen your favorite car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI gets crowned the fastest. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck watching the race without a say in the action. Alright, so we're looking at a high-stakes battle between a 2006 McLaren MP 421 and a 2006 Toro Rosso STR1. The McLaren is like the older sibling who still thinks they're the fastest on the block, while the Toro Rosso is the underdog trying to prove its worth. Considering car choice, the McLaren probably has the edge with its more advanced engineering and design at the time. The Toro Rosso might be a bit more quirky, but expect it to surprise us with some clever moves. Honestly, I'd lean toward the McLaren inching ahead, but don't count out the Toro Rosso to give it a run for its money. This race could be tighter than it looks, so stay tuned and good luck to both drivers. Alright everyone, Maya's leading the pack in her 2006 Williams FW28, sitting pretty on pole at the Apricot Hill reverse circuit. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot or if the bots have other plans. Maya has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Hemik Media is right behind in second, and Pletinumera is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pace CAR is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take the 19th spot. TPKA is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Amy is making a move, claiming the 9th spot. Asheneriton is holding on to 12th place with APR Dope right behind. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Girl of Diamond are still neck and neck for 14th. Rosagod Gaming and Dr. Keeps Appleway are battling for 15th. Looks like Appleway is trying to make moves. Alan 656 is climbing fast into the top 8. Merchican Live is also making moves into the top 10. Looks like Merchican Live and Amy are neck and neck for 9th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing fast into 12th place. Indigo Peta is right behind, pushing into 13. Team Tanate is making the move, now in 14. Looks like the race is heating up. Red Panda Menini 4 is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Merchican Live is making moves too, now in 6th after passing 3 rivals. Ashenerton is also on the rise, taking 8th after a quick series of overtakes. Girl of Diamond is climbing fast into 9th place. Team Tanatia is right behind in 10. Indigo Pete is pushing into 11. Looks like a tight scramble for the middle of the pack. Deluxe Combo is climbing fast into 22nd place. Amy is right behind in 23rd. Strutting Jarl is not far behind in 24th. Looks like a tight chase for those positions. Asheneriton just climbed 1 spot to take 6th place. Ice and Naibe are nose to nose for 14th. Apia Dope is driving a Toro Rosso's TR1 and currently sits in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The F1 2006 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners and reverse layout favor drivers with good control and adaptability. No huge gaps yet, so the combo keeps it competitive. Red Panda Manity 4 and Yaka Ramen are nose to tail for 3rd place. Apia Dope is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Princess Whaleface and AP Dope are locked in a close fight for 7th. Alan 656 is dropping like a stone, now in 12th place. Red Panda Minity 4 is climbing steadily to 3rd. Asheneriton is also on the move, now in 5th. Alan 656 is really having a rough time dropping to 21st place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and TPPPA are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd place. Relaxed View is climbing up to 12th, inching closer to the front. Red Panda Manini 4 is climbing to second place. Girl of Diamond is now 7th. Relaxed You has moved into 11th. Abby Dope is closing in on Ashanriton, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. They're battling it out for 5th place. Pace CAR just moved up 1 spot to take 25th. Girl of Diamond just snuck into 6th place, pushing APR Dope a bit back. Girl of Diamond and APR Dope are nose to nose for 6th. Naiba is climbing up to 13th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Yucky Ramen is climbing fast into 2nd place. Ashanariton and TPKPA are locked in a close fight for 4th. Girl of Diamond is closing the gap on Ashanariton, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Girl of Diamond and Ashanariton are battling for 5th place. Ashanariton just made a nice jump to 3rd place. Naibe is closing in on ice, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 15th, making some progress. Girl of Diamond just nudged into 5th place. TPKPA and Girl of Diamond still locked in a fierce duel for that spot. Relaxed View is chipping away at Indigopati's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow! Maya took the victory. That was an impressive display of driving skills, even if it was all AI. Guess all those virtual racing hours paid off. Congratulations, Maya. You really showed those cars who's boss. The 2011 Mercedes Sterling Moss is actually a concept car that Mercedes made to honor the legendary racing driver, Sterling Moss. It's a pretty rare gem in the automotive world, because it's more of a showpiece than a production vehicle. The car boasts some seriously futuristic design elements for its time, and it's named after one of the greatest drivers to ever sit behind the wheel. Basically, it's like a tribute art piece that's also technically a car. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws at us. Don't miss out on the chance to see some epic races. Get your selections in now. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Amy in a classic 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit, which could be a real lightweight and agile contender. On the other side, Muttwolf's got that 2009 BMW 134 Jump V8, likely packing a bit more power and torque. Given the Auto 24 rings twists and turns, Amy's nimbleness might give her an edge in handling. But don't count out the BMW's raw muscle. If Muttwolf can keep it steady and utilize that power well, it could be in the lead by the end. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I might lean slightly toward the BMW just because of its engine capacity. Still, Amy's driving finesse on that lightweight Lotus could surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race has just started at the Auto 24 ring track, and the hypercars are already zooming. Naiba is starting on pole in the 2016 Ferrari 488 Challenge. Let's see if that old beauty can hold the lead or if the newer rivals catch up. Naiba has taken an early lead, holding the front spot. Titus 61 is right behind in second place, keeping the pressure on. Majako Bleich is in third, trying to catch up. The race is already looking interesting. Thomas Moran is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 10. Majako Bleich just nudged into second place, and he's got Titus 61 breathing down his neck in a close fight for that position. Trehat Triat just made a nice jump to 14th place. Titus 61 is climbing to second. Blaming Buddha and Ajako Bleich are nose-to-nose for third. Blaming Buddha just overtook someone to take third place. Amy is closing in on the 7th spot, moving up 2 places. Looks like Lady Atapsambong TX and Amy are nose-to-nose for 7th. La Croissant 1980 is making a move, climbing 3 places to 17. Nirgutsu is inching closer to the top 5, up 1 spot. Amy is also gaining ground, now in 6th place. Ikar 77 just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Igar 77 and Wanga Tank 7, 272, are nose-to-nose for 13th. Silent Fox 213 and Pondon are also battling closely for 15th. School Bus Restechti is climbing fast into 7th place. Trihar Triat is making a move into 11th. Lacrosse 1980 is sneaking into 15. Shikamaru is making a bold move, climbing all the way to 3rd place. Vagrant Enchanter and Funclijo Show are nose-to-nose for 20th. Titus 61 is now in 1st place. Liming Buddha has moved up to 3rd. Magica Blai is climbing to 4th. Maya is now in 21st place, closing the gap. Vagrant Enchanter and Maya are neck and neck, fighting for that spot. Flaming Buddha is now in 2nd place. Thomas Moran has moved up to 9th. Trihart Triad is right behind him in 10th. They're battling closely for 9th place. Trihart Triad advances to 9th place. Theonkla Show climbs to 18th. Strutting Jal and Theonkla Show are nose-to-nose for 18th. Trihatria just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Lacorson 1980 moved up 2 spots and is now in 11th. Mutwolf and Wenti Tapsumbong 6 are nose-to-nose for 12th place, so expect some fireworks there. Mutwolf and Wenti Tapsumbongs are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Pondon just sneaked up 1 spot to 15th. Maya is inching closer to Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Trihartriad is gaining on Schoolbus for Steph D, closing the gap by a second. Mutwolf has climbed 1 spot to 12th place. Wenny Taps and Bonks and Muttwolf are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Sheikamaru is closing in fast on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Merigutsu and Onyako Village are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Schoolbus Rustevi and Amy are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Merigutsu is climbing to 4th place. Hondon is now in 14th. The Unclasia Show is inching into 16th. The track-only hypercars seem to favor high downforce and agility, which explains the tight pack at the top. Car class consistency keeps the race competitive, but the track's twists and turns are really testing each car's handling skills. Thomas Moran is climbing to 8th place. Renti Tapsumbong 6 is now in 12th. Hondon has moved into 13th. Wow! Titus 61 really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest on the track today. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Titus 61 for winning the race. That was a fantastic display of AI racing skills. Way to go! And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You can now claim that sweet 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. Nice choice for a track-only hypercar. Enjoy your new ride. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Golden Port circuit, I would go with the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. It's known for its insane downforce, top-tier aerodynamics, and incredible speed. Plus, it's built for those twisty high-speed circuits like Golden Port where handling and acceleration matter just as much as raw power. I mean, this thing is basically a hypercar rocket with a reputation for dominating tracks. Alright everyone, the clock is almost out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before they're all gone. Don't miss out on the race of the century. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Dr. Monkey 13 in a 1995 McLaren F1 LM. That car is a legendary piece of automotive history, and no doubt, a classic. It might be a little older, but it's known for its incredible speed and handling, especially for its time. On the other side, Mr. Wolf J is behind a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan. The Huracan is a modern supercar. Lightweight, with impressive aerodynamics and a power-packed V10 engine. Honestly, it's like a battle between vintage racing greatness and modern engineering marvel. I'd probably put my money on the Lamborghini just because of the newer tech and power-to-weight ratio. But the classic McLaren has its charm, and might surprise us with some vintage racing magic. So, who do I think will take the win? Well, if it's a straight race based solely on modern tech, the Huracan has a slight advantage. But with the right strategy and a bit of luck, don't count out the McLaren. This should be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone, Amy is starting strong on pole with that 2016 Bugatti Chiron at the Golden Port track. Let's see if she can keep the speed up, or if the other cars will catch her. Amy is leading the race right now, followed closely by Mr. Wolf J in second place. Dr. Monkey is holding on to third, but I bet they're already eyeing those positions ahead. Silver Gaming just nudged ahead of Elicitone, 1095 to take 5th place. Elicitone in 95 isn't giving up without a fight though. Waffling Otters and Frago are nose to tail for 7. This race is getting spicy. Waffling Otters is climbing up to 7th place. Connor Mality and Lotusos are neck and neck for 11. Kilo Juliet Delta is advancing to 16. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 3rd place. Dr. Monkey 13 is right on their tail, both battling for that 3rd spot. Waffling Otters and Elicitone 1095 are nose to nose for 6th. Fragu is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Mutt Wolf is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Epic Sugar is making a move, passing 6 cars to land in 7th. Waffling Gottes has surged to 1st place after a big move. Lotusos is hot on their tail, also climbing through the field. Mr. Wolf J and Lotusos are nose to tail for 2nd. Looks like a battle is brewing. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 2nd place. Waffling Godders and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for the lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is sneaking into 3rd. Kilo Juliet Delta is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 12th tile. Mr. Wolf J is holding strong at the front, just 1 ahead of Dr. Monkey 13, who also gained a spot. The race is heating up nicely. Silver Gaming is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Max Beerley is making a move, passing 4 cars to sit in 6th. Kilo Juliet Delta is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to reach 8th. Crandalive is on a roll, overtaking 12 cars to grab the lead. Mr. Wolf J and Crandalive are nose to nose for 1st place. Lithocarb just moved up 1 spot to 11th. Mr. Wolf J and Crandalive are nose to nose for the lead. Silver Gaming is slicing into Mr. Wolf J's rear bumper, closing the gap by over a second. Connor Mality and Max Byerly are locked in a fierce scrap for 7th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is on a tear, climbing from behind to 6th place. Lotusos is making a move, jumping 3 spots to 12th. Mr. Wolf J is holding onto the lead, inching further ahead. Connor Malady is really pushing hard and now in the lead. Waffling Goddess is climbing steadily, closing in on the top 10. Mr. Wolf J and Connor Malady are nose to tail for the top spot. This is getting intense. Mr. Wolf J and Connor Mality are nose to nose for 1st place. Epic Sugar is chopping down Silver B Gaming's lead, now just 2.8 seconds behind. Maya has climbed 1 spot and is now in 11th. Wow, Mr. Wolf J took the top spot again. Looks like they're on a roll. Nice job. Wow, Mr. Wolf J really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. I guess all those secret AI tricks finally paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you: the 2000 street cars racing class was really the era when turbocharged engines started to become the norm, and people realized that everyday cars could actually go fast. It was also the time when manufacturers started tuning cars specifically for racing, but still keeping that street-ready vibe. It's like seeing your neighbor's hatchback turn into a serious track beast. Alright everyone, buckle up because the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that decision, or you'll just have to watch the AI pick for you. Don't miss out on the action. Wow, this is quite a matchup. Violetta Mama with the Ford Mustang SVT Cobra R. That's a classic muscle car known for brute strength and raw power. I can see her tearing down the straights, but she might struggle a bit around those tight corners. On the other hand, Shoto Todoroki 39 with the 1998 Aston Martin Vantage F600 sounds like a smooth operator. It's likely more balanced and has that elegant British finesse, especially on a technical track like Autopolis Oidodot. I'd say the Mustang might have the edge in acceleration and straight-line speed, but the Aston Martin probably handles the curves a little better. If I had to pick, I'd go with the Aston Martin, taking it by a nose, just because agility often wins over power when the track has so many twists. But hey, anything can happen with AI racing, so I'm excited to see which one actually crosses the finish line first. Welcome back for Sengo. Glad you could join us again for some AI car racing action. Get ready for some fast-paced fun, and maybe a few surprising twists on the track. Alright folks, the race is on at Autopolis Oida with the 2000 Streetcars class. Double is on pole, roaring in a 1999 Dodge Viper GT. ACCR, let's see if that American muscle can hold the lead. Wolf's Light is leading the pack right now, followed closely by Double in second place. Naibe is holding on to third, but don't blink or they might be overtaken. Violetta Mama is climbing nicely to 5th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is also making moves up to 7th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Zap Brandigan are locked in a close fight for 6th. Naibe is climbing up to 2nd place. Shoto Todoroki 39 has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Zap Brandigan and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Osktsurot just overtook someone to move into 7th place. The Lightning Thief is also climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Rookie Miriki and Lightning Thief are nose to tail for 9th place. Jitselgaming is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 11. Lightning Thief has gained 1 position to 8. Rookie Miriki is also moving up, taking 9th place. Jitselgaming is climbing up to 10th place. Celestia Linari is now in 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. The Lightning Thief is closing in on Ozgazerod, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Renok T4 is climbing up the field, moving 1 spot to take the 14th position. Gary 710 and Renok T4 are locked in a tight battle for that 14th spot. Shoto Todoroki 39 is gaining on Violetta Mama, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rookie Miriki is catching up to the Lightning Thief, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rookie Miriki and the Lightning Thief are battling it out for 8th place. Violetta Mama is really having a tough time dropping to 18th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is making a move up to 5th. Oskatserot is also climbing to 6th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Violetta Mama is on a tier, overtaking 17 cars to grab the lead. Wolf's Light and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Gary 17 and Zap Brandigan are locked in a close fight for 14. Wolf's Light and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for the lead. Jade Selgaming just sneaked into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Val Lightning Thief and Jazel Gaming are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Gary 710 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Wolf's Light is holding strong at the front, now in 1st. Naib is also on the rise, grabbing 2nd place. Naibe just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Shota Todoroki 39 is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by over a second. Silhouette and Amy are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Oskatserod is climbing up to 5th place. Oskatserod and Chubby Boy RJ are nose-to-nose for 4th. Rookie Miriki and the Lightning Thief are locked in a close fight for 8th. Oskatserod is climbing to 4th place. Yeats Elgaming is now in 6th. Rookie Miriki has moved up to 8th. Gary 710 is gaining on Rinuk T4, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Double is driving a 1999 Dodge Viper GTS ACR, known for its raw power and aggressive aerodynamics. They're currently in 3rd place, holding a solid position, but a bit behind Naibe and Wolf's Light. Jade Zelgaming is climbing up to 4th place. Shota Todoroki 39 is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by over a second. They are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Gate Silgaming is climbing up to third place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is now in sixth. Violetta Mama is gaining on Silhouette, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Wow, Naibu really outpaced everyone else. Clearly they were the fastest on the track today. Well done. Wow, Naibu really nailed it. Congratulations on that fantastic win. You must be feeling pretty proud right now. Great job out there. Here's a fun fact about the 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix d'Ottawa. It was part of the second generation of Grand Prix models and was known for its sleek design and sporty look. Interestingly, in 1982, Pontiac introduced a more aerodynamic front end with a pointed nose, which was quite a departure from previous boxy designs. It was a time when American cars started leaning into sportiness, but still kept that classic muscle car vibe. Pretty cool for a car that was mostly used for everyday driving back in the day. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery at this point, it's gonna come down to luck, and maybe a bit of that sneaky AI magic. Since neither of them has a track record, I'd say it's a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd maybe lean toward the driver with the most confidence or the best racing instincts. For now, it's anyone's race to lose. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is underway. Auto Club Speedway. Punny 3 starting in the lead, driving a classic 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix d'Ottawa. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the pole. Punny 3 is leading the race right now. Close behind, Popcorn Slayer is in second place. Kickass Lady X3 is holding on to third but expect some fireworks soon. Bunnies of Doom is charging through the field, now in 16th place. Rankenbouts is climbing fast, now in 27. Popcorn Slayer and Penny 3 are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a race to the finish line. Kickass Lady X3 is now in first place after climbing 2 spots. Penny 3 is right behind in second, and Autoly Artorias has moved up to third. The race is heating up at the front. Maya is closing in on the pack now. Amy and Yasmin, 196, are still neck and neck for 6th place. Borzengo just overtook 1 car to move into 8th, but Brando Buster is right behind, ready to challenge. James Mayo is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Ace Basics Witch is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19. Penny 3 and Kickass Lady X3 are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Penny 3 and Kickass Lady X3 are nose to tail for the lead. Emerald Tick 9A8 just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Brando Buster and Emerald Tick 9A8 are also fighting hard for 9th place. Penny 3 just took the lead from Kickass Lady X3. They are now nose to nose for the top spot. Borzengo is climbing up to 6th place, closing in on the pack. Kickass Lady X3 is holding on to the lead with Penny 3 right behind her. Amy and Autoly Artorias are still neck and neck for 4th place. Zurich Gaming Gate and Borzengo are battling hard for 6th position. Kickass Lady X3 takes the lead now. Penny 3 is right behind, ready to pounce. Autoly Artorias and Popcorn Slayer are neck and neck for 3rd place. Penny 3 is now in 1st place. Amy has gained 2 spots and is in 3rd. Popcorn Slayer and Amy are nose to nose for 3rd place. Sunboard Bowie is making a move, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing the gap on Kickass Lady X3, reducing it by 1.4 seconds. Zurich Gaming Gate and Autoly Artorias are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Kickass Lady X3 and Penny 3 are nose to tail for the lead. Amy and Kickass Lady X3 are battling hard for 2nd place. Zurich Gaming Gate is climbing up to 5th. Looks like he's on a mission. Kickass Lady X3 and Penny 3 are neck and neck for 1st place. Autoly Artorias and Zurich Gaming Gate are locked in a close fight for 5th. Mylux VCF is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 10th. Kickass Lady X3 just overtook Penny 3 to take the lead. They are now battling side by side for 1st place. Autoly Artorias and Zurich Gaming Gate are still neck and neck for 5th. Skex's Bill Prey is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Honey 3 and Kickus Lady X3 are nose-to-nose at the front, fighting for the lead. Otiliatorius and Cert Gaming Gate are locked in a close duel for 5th. Honey 3 just took the lead from Kickus Lady X3. They are now locked in a close fight for 1st place. Sunboard Boy is climbing up to 8th place, making a move. Kickus Lady X3 just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Otoliatorias and Cirque Gamingade are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Sunboard Boy is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the front. Cirque Gamingade is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Sunboard Boy is making a move, now in 4th after passing 3 cars. Stakes' Bow Prey is also gaining ground, now in 7th after a similar surge. Wow, Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Amy really flew past everyone at the end there, didn't they? Big congratulations to Amy for taking the win. That was some impressive driving from the AI. I guess even machines can have their day in the sun. Sure. Did you know that the Ferrari 288 GTO was originally built as a racing homologation special for Group B racing? But it never actually competed in the series? Instead, it became one of the most iconic high-performance street cars from the 80s, combining racing tech with road car comfort. Basically, it's like having a race car that's legal to take to the supermarket. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't let your favorite car slip away just because you took too long. Hurry up and make that choice before the countdown ends. Oh wow! This is quite the matchup. Trifinity 3 with that classic 1985 Mazda RX-7, known for its light frame and rotary engine, should be pretty nimble on the track. Now, I'm guessing that 1996 Maserati Ghibli might be a bit of a diva in the race, given its luxury roots and probably a bit more weight to handle. But hey, racetracks aren't just about power, right? Sometimes those tiny, quick cars surprise us. Still, I'd lean towards Trifinity 3's Mazda because that little dope rotary engine is a wild card. It might just spin its way to the front if it keeps its cool and zips through those corners. So, I'd say Trifinity 3 is likely to take the lead here. But who knows? Sometimes the oldest car has the newest tricks up its sleeve. Alright folks. The race is underway at Montmelo Rallycross, and in Group A Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1988 Mitsubishi Styrian. This should be interesting to see how that vintage holds up against the modern machines. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Trifanini 3 right behind in second, and Amundsen holding strong in third. Trifanini 3 takes the lead and is now in first place. Amundsen is climbing up to second. Imbus Platinum is making moves and is now in fifth. Amundsen just sneaked into first place. Kingchu 22 is climbing fast into sixth. The Enclosure Show is inching up to eighth. The Enclosure Show is climbing up to 7th place. AP Dope is also making a move to 8th. They're closing in on the top 6. Indus Platinum is now in 4th place. Maya and Indus Platinum are nose to nose for that position. The Enclosure Show is cutting down the distance to Kingchu 22 now, just 1 second behind. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Kingchu 22 has also gained 1 position, moving into 5th. Maya and Kingchu 22 are nose to nose fighting for 5th place. The Enclosure Show just made a bold move to take the lead. Imbus Platinum is not backing down, closing the gap on pole. Amundsen and Imbus Platinum are nose to tail for 2nd place. Things are heating up at the front. Amundsen is making a move for the top spot. Trihamenti 3 is closing in behind him. Amy is climbing up to 3rd place. Looks like the top 3 are in a tight race. Amundsen is leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. But though, looks like he's got this race under control unless something unexpected happens. Kingchu 22 is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for 3rd place. Reinecke is driving a 1991 Nissan Primera P10. Their race looks like a slow start, or maybe some issues since they're stuck in the middle of the pack with no fast lap times recorded. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Abiyabe Dope has also gained 1 position, now in 5th. Kingchu 22 just made a bold move and is now in 1st place. Amundsen is right behind, pushing hard to stay close. The race is heating up with those two battling for the lead. Amin is now in 1st place. Trifanini 3 has moved up to 2nd. Amy is now in 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are shifting around. Trifanini 3 is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7, known for its rotary engine and lightweight design. They're currently in 2nd place, just behind Amundsen with a solid lap time of 55.35 seconds. Looks like they're pushing hard but still chasing that lead. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the group of cars, especially Amundsen and Trifananity 3, while the BTC cars are struggling with the tight corners and surface grip, evident from the slowest lap times. Maya Maserati Ghibli is holding steady in 4th place. Fastest lap so far is a 55.74. Looks like she's keeping it cool, but not quite catching the leaders. Trifananity 3 is racing a 1985 Mazda RX-7, known for its rotary engine and lightweight design. Looks like he's holding 2nd place comfortably, but his fastest lap is a bit slower than Amundsen's. Wow, Amundsen just took the victory? Looks like someone's been practicing their winning smile. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Amundsen really went all out today. Winning the race, grabbing the fastest lap and making the most overtakes is no small feat. Congratulations to them for that triple crown. Since they've earned both the fastest lap and the most overtakes, they can claim the 1993 Ford Mustang in Group A, a well-deserved victory for such a versatile driver. Here's a fun fact about the 1993 Toyota Supra. It was famously known as the Mark IV, and became a legend thanks to its appearances in movies like The Fast and the Furious. It was powered by a 3-liter turbo-charged engine that could make it go from 0 to 60 in about 5 seconds, which is pretty impressive for a car from the early 90s. Plus, it has a special place in the hearts of car enthusiasts, because of its iconic design and strong aftermarket support. Alright folks, time is almost up. If you want to see your preferred car in this epic AI race, now's your chance to make it happen. Don't wait until it's too late or you'll be stuck watching these bots drive around without your favorite. Hurry up and cast your vote before the clock runs out. Oh wow, what a matchup. On one hand we have Trihar Triad piloting a classic Ferrari 308 GTS. That car is known for its style and flair. But in a race like this, it might struggle against the raw horsepower of the Skyline. On the other hand, Unknown Tactics is behind a 1990 Nissan Skyline GT R32, which is famous for its performance and technological edge during its time. Honestly, I'm leaning toward the Skyline just because of its reputation for handling and speed, especially on a dynamic track like Istanbul Park. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, maybe the Ferrari's charm will surprise us. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Istanbul Park with the Retro Supercars class. Leading the pack is 5 in a classic 1987 Ford Sierra R. 500 Cosworth gone. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. Five Snow Guy is leading the pack. Scoobs is right behind in second. And Ed Mayflash is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Addenflash has gained 1 spot, now in second. Addenflash and Favinzeragai are nose to tail for the lead. Looks like a battle for the top spot is heating up. V39 is flying up the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 6 cars. Addenflash is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Yamaksat and Skozarovs are nose to tail, fighting hard for 3rd place. Hey Dismiss 3. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the virtual racing chaos. Sit tight and enjoy the high-speed madness as these AI cars battle it out on the track. Jordan F is climbing up to 7th place. King Malcolm X is making a move to 11th. Vader 9 is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Swell-placed EV is climbing up to 9th place. Connor Malady and swell-placed V are nose-to-nose for that spot. Day 39 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. G-Maxiite just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Skozarovs and G-Maxiite are nose-to-tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Bazemic Vintu 183 and Skozarovs are also close, battling for 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Connor Malady is on the move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jordan F is closing in on Mattisbury, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. They're now in a tight fight for 6th place. G-Maxite is holding off of Enzuragai by a hair for 2nd place. Connor Malady and Jordan F are still neck and neck for 7th. King Malcolm X and Connor Malady are trading paint for 8th. King Malcolm X is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. G-Maxite is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Jordan F and Mattisbury are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. King Malcolm X is climbing to 5th place. Jordan F is also advancing, now in 7th. Mattisbury and Jordan F are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Vader C9 is climbing to 8th place. Tukstakat and Amy are nose to nose for 12th. King Malcolm X is gaining on Skozarovs, closing the gap by 1 second. V89 is climbing up to 8th place. Connor Malady and Mattisbury are locked in a close fight for 9th. Favinzeragai is closing in on G-Maxiite, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are nose to nose for 2nd place. King Malcolm X is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th. King Malcolm X is now in third place. Balsamic Vin 283 is gaining on Scosa Rubs and closing the gap. Day 39 has moved up to 8th place. Wow. Adam Flash really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Adam Flash really took the checkered flag. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that practice paid off. Way to go, Adam Flash. Sure thing. Did you know the Circuito International de Villarreal is famous for its tight corners and elevation changes? It's like a roller coaster for cars and drivers alike. It's got that old school charm that makes every lap feel like a wild adventure, even if you're just watching from the sidelines. Alright everyone, get your picks in before the clock runs out. Don't make me choose a car for you, because trust me, my taste is questionable. Hurry up and select your favorite vehicle before it's too late. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown, isn't it? The Dower 962LM from 1993 is a beast with its racing pedigree, especially on a track like Villarreal with all those tight corners and sharp turns. It's built for speed and precision. On the other hand, Henfatic's Ferrari 288 GTO from 1984 is a classic icon, but its age might show in the latest AI racing strategy. I'd give a slight edge to Nox Exodus because of the more modern design and racing focus. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised if the vintage Ferrari pulls a surprise finish. Let's see how this race unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the iconic Villarreal circuit. Marty Freeze is on pole with a classic 1985 Lamborghini Countach LP 5000 QV. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the modern rivals. Marty Freeze has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Nulavi is right behind in second place, and Beef Sliders is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Dismiss 3 is making a move, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Beef Sliders has climbed to second place, gaining 1 spot. Strutting Jarl has advanced 2 spots to third. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Lockgen 7 and Net Maya are nose to tail for 8. Dismiss 3 is creeping up to 10th. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lockgen 7 has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Looks like Maya and Lockjaw 7 are neck and neck for 8. Strutting Jarl just overtook someone to climb into second place. Nulavi is also moving up to third. Beef Sliders and Nulavi are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish for that third spot. Strutting Jarl is closing in on Marty Freeze, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Silent Fox 213 is also making moves on Beef Sliders, same gap, reduction. Lockgen 7 and its Sarar are nose to nose for 7th place. Strutting Jarl is closing in on Marty Freeze, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They're locked in a fierce battle for first place. Lockjaw 7 is climbing up to 7th, making moves through the pack. Strutting Jarl is now in first place. Dismiss 3 and its Sarah are battling for 8. Amy and Henfatig are nose to nose for 12. Nox Exodus is now in 9th place. Maya is gaining on Dismiss 3, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Delitsko has moved up to 13. Delitsko just overtook Henfatig and is now in 12th place. They are still close together, so expect some more action soon. Nulavi is closing in on Marty Freeze, the gap shrinking by 140 seconds. Silent Fox 213 has climbed to 4th place. Dismiss 3 has moved up to 9. Dismiss 3 and its Sarar are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Nulavi just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Marty Freeze and Nulavi are nose to nose for that spot. Archerona 192 is climbing steadily to 5th. Silent Fox 213 is climbing to 3rd place. Archerona 192 is now in 4th. Dismiss 3 is closing the gap on Lockjaw 7 by nearly 3 seconds. Marty Freeze is really having a tough time dropping 10 places to 15. Beef Sliders just gained 1 spot to 5th. Lockjaw 7 also moved up 1 spot to 6th. Tyler is on the move, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nonstop is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 5 seconds. It's Sarar is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots down to 20. Itzarar is gaining fast on Yes 996. The gap is shrinking quickly. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for that 10th position. Nox Exodus is climbing to 7th place. Amy is catching up to Draletsko, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Draletsko just overtook Dismiss 3 and is now in 8th place. They are nose to nose in that battle for 8th. Silent Fox 213 is gaining on Nulavi, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Deletsko and Nox Exodus are also nose to tail, battling for 7th. Archeru 92 is climbing up to 3rd place. Nox Exodus and Lockjohn 7 are nose to nose for 6th. Deletsko and Nox Exodus are also fighting over 7. Silent Fox 213 is now in 3rd place. Nox Exodus has moved up to 6th. Nox Exodus and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 5th. Well, look at that. Strutting Jarl took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Strutting Jarl on the win. That was a fantastic race. They really showed some skill out there. And a big shout out to Dismiss 3 for racking up the most overtakes. They can now claim the 1991 Bugatti EB 110 SS. Nice move. I guess overtaking is your thing today. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump on it. The clock's ticking down, and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? The 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo has a bit of a reputation for being pretty snappy in its day, especially with that turbocharged engine giving it some extra punch. On the other hand, the 1981 Nissan Bluebird Silhouette isn't exactly known for speed but might surprise us with its handling. Given the cars and their ages, I'd probably put my chips on Mutube Celica for a slight edge in the race. It has that turbo boost factor, which can be a game changer on a street circuit like Sydney Homebush. But don't count out Wanabakita's Bluebird, because sometimes handling and clever driving beat raw power every time. It'll be a fun race to watch no matter what. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sydney Homebush Street Circuit and Amy is on pole with the classic, a 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo Torque. Get ready for some vintage speed with a side of turbocharged nostalgia. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Mutube in second, and Wanabakito in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Mutuba takes the lead, leaving the pack behind. Maya climbs to 6, inching closer. Dismiss 3 gains 2 spots, now in 7. Cthulhucachu just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Maya and Cthulhucachu are nose-to-nose for 6th. Emirates, Raineki and Dismiss 3 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Caffeinated Car is now in the 15th place, climbing up 1 spot. Rome Spider also moves up 1 position, now in 16th. The race is heating up. Cthulhucachu just snuck into first place after overtaking 5 cars in a flash. Axton Hits is storming through the field, overtaking 16 cars to snag second. Mutuba and Axton Hits are now nose to tail, fighting for that second spot. Things are heating up behind the leader. Nyala Totep 988 is making a bold move up to 3rd place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Raineki is also climbing fast, grabbing 6th after passing 3 opponents. Mutuba is leading the charge, moving up 2 spots to take the top position. Cthulhucachu is closing in on Rome Spider fast, just 14 seconds behind now. Raineki has climbed up to 5th place. Dismiss 3 has moved into 7th place. The tight streets are making overtakes tricky, but the narrow corners are favoring the more agile cars. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 13th place. Rome Spider is inching closer to Drew192X, closing the gap by over a second. Mobius is gaining on Raineki, closing the gap by a little over a second. Rome Spider is right behind Dre192, closing in by just over a second as well. Mobius is climbing fast into 4th place. Story Forge is also making moves up to 8. Looks like everyone's eager to shake things up. Rosegold Gaming is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Story Forge just nudged up 1 spot to 7. Caffeinated Cars making progress, moving 2 spots to 11. Maya is charging through the field, now in 5th place after overtaking 5 cars. Epic Sugar is climbing fast, now in 8th after 4 successful passes. Nyalito Tep 988 is creeping up, now in 3rd place after gaining 1 spot. Yamobius is on a tear, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Story Forge is making a move, passing 4 cars to settle in 5th. Rosegold Gaming is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to reach 6th. Rome Spider is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Dismiss 3 is narrowing the gap on Rosegold Gaming, chopping down 2.7 seconds. Platinumera just moved up 1 spot to 11th, making a little progress. Cthulhu Kachu is slicing through the field, now in 13th place. Axton Hits is right behind, also climbing fast into 14th place. Dismiss 3 is making a small but steady gain, now in 6th place. Story Forge is gaining on Iamobius, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Dismiss 3 is hot on Story Forge's heels, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 7th place, overtaking 1 car. Henfatic is rapidly catching up to Rosegold Gaming, closing the gap by 14 seconds. Amy is inching closer to MooTube, narrowing it by a little over 1.5 seconds. Dismiss 3 is making a move on Story Forge, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Nyala Totep 98 is closing in on Amy, and has cut the gap by 1.6 seconds. Dismiss 3 is gaining on Story Forge, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Henfatic has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Wow! MooTube just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done! Congratulations to MoodTube. That was an impressive performance. They really tore up the track today. And a big shout out to Dismiss 3 for snagging the fastest lap and the most overtakes. That BMW M1E26, March from 1979, is lucky to have such a skilled driver claiming it. Well done, everyone! Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The shifter karts are like the roller coasters of the racing world, but on wheels. They have gears, which means the driver can shift during a race, making them super agile and quick on corners. It's like giving your go-kart the ability to change gears and pretend it's a little Formula 1 car. Pretty wild for something that looks like a mini go-kart, right? Well, with Dismiss 3 having 0 wins out of 2 races and sitting pretty far back in the ranks, I'd say they're probably the underdog here. Downtalkwest might be the mystery contender, but without any stats, it's hard to pick against the guy who's at least got some racing experience, even if it's not winning. I'd lean towards thinking Downtalkwest has a slight edge, but honestly, it's anyone's game. Sometimes the racers you know the least about surprise you. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Mont Tremblant GP Reverse, and Naibi is starting on pole in a 2012 shifter kart. Looks like he's got the early lead, but let's see if anyone can catch him. Naiba has shot off the line and taken the lead. Someone is holding strong in second place. Ablasi is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Guadrino just sneaked into third place. Dismiss 3 is closing in on fifth. Dismiss 3 and Ablaze are neck and neck for fourth. Nahokaos is on the move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 6 cars. Raudigzerov is also making progress, moving into 15th after passing 5 cars. Meanwhile, Skozerobs is having a tough time, falling back 10 spots to 21st. Wilder Eno and the other racer are nose-to-nose for second place. Double just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Down to Quest and Double are fighting hard for 8th position. Dismissed 3 and the Wild Renault are neck and neck for 3rd place. Down to Quest just overtook someone to take 8th. Rowdy Zerov is climbing up to 14th. Dismissed 3 and a Wild Reno are nose to tail for 3rd place. Autumn Thunderbird just gained 1 spot to 12. Nahokaos and Autumn Thunderbird are battling closely for the 12th position. Nahokaos and Autumn Thunderbird are neck and neck for 12th place. Hotso just gained 1 spot to move into 14th. The Uncle Joe Show and I are locked in a close fight for 18th. Amy is making a strong move up to second place. LXAX Inyang is closing in fast, now in third. Unknown Tactus is also on the rise, climbing to fourth. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Stankit just made a nice climb to 10th place. Skozerops is not far behind, pushing through to 11th. Double is closing in on SNR Savage fast, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Double is climbing fast to 11th place. Reineki and Mahokaos are nose to nose for 14th. Spear Like Hail and Theon Koyu Show are locked in a close fight for 16th. Rowdy Zerolf has climbed to 8th place. Reineki has moved up to 14th place. Itanyan Dirnjes Kir. Mahokaos and Reineki are nose to tail fighting for 14th. Down Telquist is stuck in 7th place. Not exactly leading the pack, but not out of the game either. Dismiss 3 is trailing behind in 6th, so the gap isn't huge. Plenty of time to make a move if they can find some speed. Wurzel and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail for 8th place. Mahokaos and Reineki are locked in a close fight for 14th. Unknown Tactics is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the lead. Alvidrino is having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 8. Someone's closing in fast on Maya, shrinking the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Mahokaos is making a strong push, now in 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Hyunko Yusho is also climbing fast, now 12th after a similar move. Amy is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to first place. Senor Savage climbs to 12th place. Skoza Ops advances to 15th place. Down to Quest moves up to 16th place. Spear Like Hail is in the 13th place with a best lap time of 2 minutes 13 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. LXEX Newt is currently in 3rd place with the fastest lap of 1 minute 59 seconds. Their car is a 2012 shifter kart, and they seem to be holding a solid position, but they're a bit behind the leader. On Thunderbird is holding a solid 4th place with the fastest lap, just under 1 minute 58 seconds. Looks like they're pushing hard, but still a bit behind the top 3. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Well done. Wow, Amy took the checkered flag. Nice job, Amy. Looks like all those practice laps really paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Did you know that the 1960 Scarab Indy was actually designed and built by a talented engineer named Jim Hall, who was more famous for his work on aerodynamics than for making cars? It was pretty ahead of its time, with a sleek, low profile that looked more like a spaceship than a race car. It's like the ultimate mix of innovation and retro style from the early days of racing. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage beauty versus raw racing history. The 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B sounds like a sleek, nimble machine, probably hugging those corners tightly. On the other hand, the 1960 Scarab Indy likely packs a punch with its racing pedigree, aiming to dominate the straights. Honestly, if Eastern Creek Amaru's twists and turns favor agility, Mighty Chunk's Curtiss Craft might just pull ahead. But if the race turns into a speed showdown on the straights, Dismissed 3's Scarab could leave the competition in the dust. I think it'll be a close call, but I have a feeling Dismissed 3's Scarab might just edge out in the end. What do you folks think? Alright folks, the race is underway at Eastern Creek Amaru. Max Spirelli in the Classic IndyCar class is starting on pole with a 1952 Kuzma Offie. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. Max Spirelli has taken the lead right out of the gate. Justin Gilks is holding strong in second place, and Karavanen is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to third place. Lazy Towner and Dismissed 3 are locked in a close fight for fifth. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making a move to 10th. Lazy Towner just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Queen Manda and Naiba are nose to nose for 7th. Maya and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are battling hard for 10th. Karavanen is climbing to 3rd place. Mighty Chunk and Karavanen are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is pushing up to 8th. Looks like a close fight shaping up. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B and is currently in the 8th place. Looks like they're making a steady climb up the field. Mighty Chunk is holding a slight edge over Dismissed 3, but with only 2 laps to go, anything can happen. Looks like a close fight. Justin Gilks is leading the race in a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. Looks like he's holding steady at the front with no signs of slowing down. Max Birley is leading in a 1952 Cosma Offie, a classic Indy car known for its vintage charm and reliable performance. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front with no signs of trouble so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the classic Indy cars with better handling, keeping the top positions close. Gary Ruohonen is climbing to second place. Naibe is narrowing the gap to dismissed 3 by 1.1 seconds. Justin Gilks is leading in a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. Looks like he's got a solid grip on the race with the fastest lap so far. Shotskis is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, just hanging around in the back and not quite matching the pace of the leaders. Amy is driving the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B, currently in 8th place. She's got a decent lap time but still trails the leaders by a good margin. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the front pack. Queen Manda just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Looks like the battle for 8th is heating up between Amy and Queen Manda. Max Birley is leading the race in 1952 Cosma Offie. Their fastest lap is 1:15.358, which is solid but not the quickest on the track. Looks like they're holding steady at the front so far. Dismissed 3 is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a car known for its unique design and engineering. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady with a fastest lap, just slightly faster than most around them. Looks like they're making a solid run so far. Max Birley's car is a 1952 Cosma Offie, and it's leading comfortably. Looks like they've got the pace and the race control to stay ahead for now. Wow, Max Birley just took the win. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done, champ. Wow, Max Birley took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that impressive win. You really drove like a champion today. And a big shout out to Dismiss 3 for snagging the fastest lap. You're eligible to claim that vintage 1960 Scarab Indy. Nice work showing off those skills on the track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so get those choices in before the AI takes over with its own style. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car gets left behind. Alright, we've got Vinha 17 and a classic Toyota Supra JGTC from 1996 versus H2 Hova in a Mitsubishi GT from the same year. Now, both cars are pretty legendary in their own right. But the Supra has a bit of a reputation for being a sharp, nimble racer, especially in the GGTC version. The GTO is no slouch either, with that smooth V6 and all-wheel drive. But it's often seen as more of a grand tourer turned racer. Given the Central International Circuit's mix of tight turns and some longer straights, I'd lean towards Vinha 17 Supra. It's known for better handling and agility, which can make a huge difference around these corners. The GTO might have the power, but if it struggles with cornering, it could lose precious seconds. So, if I had to put my money on one, I'd say the Supra is the favorite here. But don't count the GTO out entirely. It could surprise us if it manages to find the right racing line. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Central International Circuit, and look who's on pole. Epic Sugar in a classic 1998 Porsche 911 GT. Retro GT 500 style, ready to blast off. Filthy old guy is taking an early lead. Epic Sugar is right behind him in second place. H2 Hova is holding on to third for now. Looks like a classic chase is shaping up. Dismiss 3 is on a roll, climbing 4 places to fourth. H2 Hova nudges into second, and Vinha 17 also gains 1 spot to third. Looks like the race is heating up. Epic Sugar and Dismissed 3 are nose to tail for 4th place. Naiba is creeping up to 6th. Mr. Rush and Cyrilia are locked in a close duel for 8th. Mr. Rush is climbing up to 8th place now. Cyrilia and Mr. Rush are nose to nose for that spot. Velocito 14 and Betsma are battling hard for 16th. Epic Sugar just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Dismissed 3 and Epic Sugar are now fighting for 4th. Naiba and Dismissed 3 are nose to tail for 5th. Dismissed 3 is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Naiba and Epic Sugar are still neck and neck for 5th. Mr. Rush has advanced to 9th place, moving up 1 spot. Naiba advances to 5th place. Mr. Roche is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over a second. Roche and I are locked in a tight fight for 7th. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 7th place. Uncanny Buddy is also gaining ground now in 12th place. Husky Hog and Uncanny Buddy are nose to tail for 12th. Epic Sugar is gaining on Naibi, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Husky Hawk and Uncanny Buddy are nose to nose for 12th place. Betsma is chipping away at Madisbury's lid, closing in by a second. Husky Hawk just overtook Uncanny Buddy for 12th place. Looks like Husky Hawk is determined to climb higher. Uncanny Buddy is not giving up easily though, still close behind. Mr. Roche and Epic Sugar are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Maya and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Epic Sugar is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. They are battling hard for 5th place. Amy and Mr. Rush are also locked in a tight fight for 7th. Mr. Rush is climbing up to 6th place. Willow Shrub is making a move to 16th. Yam Chubby Panda is sneaking into 18th. Filthy Old Guy is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take this win unless something dramatic happens. This Miss 3 is now in 3rd place. Naiba is closing the gap on Vinha 17, cutting it down by a second. Epic Sugar is trying to hold off Amy for 7th place. They're neck and neck, no clear leader yet. Siroti Temalive is driving a 1985 Ferrari 288 GTO, which is known for its iconic design and turbocharged V8. They're currently in 21st place, just ahead of another Ferrari driver. Looks like a solid effort, but they might need a few more laps to catch up. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Exception is now in 12th. Young Chubby Panda and Mattisberry are nose-to-nose for 17th. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Toyota Sard MC8R. Her lap time is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Wow, Filthy Old Guy took the victory? Looks like age really is just a number when it comes to racing. Congrats on the win. Wow, Filthy Old Guy took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You really drove like a legend out there. And a big shout out to Dismiss the 3 for the most overtakes today. You can claim that classic 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Nice work on the aggressive moves. Alright everyone. It looks like we need to do a quick pit stop for some maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes to see those AI cars tear up the track again. Grab a snack, stretch those legs.